with this interview, or with this mic hot. So the person sitting down doesn't need to play with it, but it'll be on while they're here.
Okay, everyone, it is noon, and we have a candidate who is outside, ready to go. So I know some of you have been through the process before, as if you haven't been through the process, but if you've had an opportunity to go back and screen it in the other ones, you'll know sort of what the process will be. We have a list of questions, and again, I want to thank Mr. Swanson for taking the time to make some really good updates to these. We want to ask all the candidates all the same questions. So we'll just take turns and just rotate through. So we'll get to as many questions as we can in the time that we have. If we don't finish all of them, we'll just start over with the next candidate back to the top of the list. Once we have interviewed all of the candidates, we will make a selection. We have our attorney here, Mr. Rob Malone, who's welcome, usually something to be desired. But we will have ballots for us. We'll vote by ballots. Ballots are public. So, for example, we have a reporter who usually covers these meetings who will not be here today, who will be, as listening, they'll be watching the live stream, and who has requested preservation of the ballots so that we can inspect them by hand. So be aware of that. And we will be here until any candidate, we have a candidate who receives 5 votes. Okay? It's not a plurality, we have to have 5 to select candidates. We will have time for any discussion if anyone wants to bring up anything after the conclusion of the interviews. Before we get started, I want to just confirm everybody has access to Google Drive with the applicant information, the address verification, letters of reference, and all the materials that we've collected. And does anyone have any problem, any technical difficulties right now accessing those documents? Okay. So what I'll do is I'll turn on the microphone, and then we'll call Ms. Martin in. I can keep time up here, unless you would like to volunteer. I'll just do it from here. Okay. I'm happy to, if you'd like to keep time. Sure. If you don't mind. And then just, we'll give everybody like a 5-minute warning. Okay. It's 45 minutes? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. All right. And then I think we'll all probably just kind of informally monitor it. All right. I'll turn on the mic, but are there any other questions? I was just going to start with number 1 and go through. I'll start with District 1, Ms. Caulfield, and we'll just rotate this way. Yeah. Okay. All right.
All right. All right, then, the mic is on. The candidate's mic will be hot when they start. I will gavel us in.
Wait, I didn't pull up the Tracy. We need to say the pledge.
All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome to our February 13th meeting of the Wake County Board of Education. This is a special called meeting. I note that we do have a quorum. All 8 current members of the Board of Education are present. And at this point, I'd ask you to rise and we will say the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. All right. right, so our first candidate will be Miss Tammy Martin. We'll just welcome them and start with questions, because otherwise someone could use half the time with their intro and we wouldn't get to the question. Yeah, which we have had happen. And then if we finish everything early, then we can give them a chance to add any sort of closing statement.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Welcome, Ms. Martin.
Thank you.
So, Ms. Martin, we'll welcome you here this afternoon. We have everyone present, current members of the Wake County Board of Education. We will have 45 minutes for your interview. The board members have a set of previously written questions. Were you able to get a copy of that?
Yes.
Okay, great. And so what we'll do is we'll just proceed in order. We'll go through each question, hearing from each board member, and then if we finish the questions before your allotted time, we'll give you time to have a closing statement if you would like.
Great. Thank you.
All right, great. So then with our first question, we will turn to Ms. Caulfield, who represents District 1. Ms. Caulfield.
Hi, welcome. Our first question is if you could please describe how your professional and community service experience will guide you in representing District 4 and in your work on the Board of Education.
Sure. With the exception of the first 10 years of my career, the last 30 years have been in government. So professionally and personally, I have a heart for service. And I currently work for the people of North Carolina, including Wake County. But having that perspective already gives me an advantage, I would think, because I will always put my constituents first and the people that I serve first. I have experience working with all kinds of political parties. All types of people from different backgrounds, diverse people, everyone. So, and being one of those folks that have had to work a little harder and a little longer than other folks, I particularly understand those challenges. I'm a community advocate. I've always worked for civil rights, women's rights for my community, and for a seat at the decision-making table. I've always worked for that. And this position, I would bring those sorts of experiences. I would bring those voices. I would bring that heart of service. So I think I could represent the folks of District 4 because I've lived here. My daughter's been educated in schools in District 4. And it is my home. I've been in North Carolina. I was born and raised in North Carolina, but I've been in Wake County for over 40 years. So I've seen the good and the not so good, but I can truly say that the good far outweighs the not so good, and I would be honored to represent District 4.
Thank you, Ms. Martin. Well, next we'll go to Mr. Tyler Swanson.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I have the second question. Fulfilling the requirements of service may require 30 or more hours per week. Many during the hours of 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. How will your current commitments and responsibilities allow you time for the board meetings and responsibilities?
Sure. I have some very practical experience in being able to manage schedules. I was a single mom. And I've held at least 2 or more jobs since 1991. So I am a time manager. However, I currently am senior staff at the Department of Military and Veterans Affairs. So I do have some flexibility. I do have several leave hours that I could take if needed. And if at some point it became too much of a challenge, I was retired up until 2022 when I was asked to take this position. So for the first time in my entire life, I have the ability to leave a job. So I have that flexibility and I have that freedom. But I certainly understand the demands of a hectic schedule. So I could manage it, absolutely.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
I have question number 3.
Okay.
Describe 2 or 3 specific priorities that you would advocate for in working to develop our upcoming budget.
When I study the legislative agenda of the board, it falls in line with everything that's needed for us. And given that, of course, the workforce piece of this school system is everything. Supporting the staff, giving the staff, the teachers and staff, everyone, giving them an opportunity to really step back and look at the problems that they have and have the opportunity to creatively solve them is not an option when you're overworked and, quite frankly, underpaid. So supporting our staff and teachers would be very high priority for me because I am one of those state employees who works in a department where we are one deep. So when someone is out, the entire department feels it. And the other piece of that is you don't have to worry about anybody doing your job for you because it'll be there when you get there. But staff support and teacher support is crucial. Parent-to-parent support, that is something that I really, when I look back over how things happened for me, parent-to-parent support was huge for me. And I would like to see something established, a safe place for parents to support each other and to have an open or private forum, whatever is needed. So I think parent-to-parent support is important because if we support the parent, they can support the child. So I think that would be something that would be really important to me. And overall mental health is crucial at this point in our society for our children and our staff and teachers. We are all facing challenges that we never imagined would be in our lifetime. So mental health support, physical health support, all of those things are important because if you're not healthy physically and mentally, you're not prepared to teach, you're not prepared to learn. And so I've seen some things happen on the state level with the expansion of Medicaid. So I'm hoping that that will filter into the schools when the whole household is healthy and have access to health care. So those are just a few of the things. Of course, I have a long list of things I would like to work on, but I do understand that it's one step at a time.
Thank you, Ms. Martin. I'm Chris Haggerty, and I represent District 7. And so my question for you is, what strategies do you think the Board of Education could undertake to support effective teaching and academic growth? And then if you could, include growth for academically challenged and academically gifted students in your answer.
Okay. This is a situation that's very close to my heart, and I experienced firsthand in the Wake County school system. My daughter had a wonderful pre-K program, and she was able to read when she was 4. So when she entered kindergarten, because of that skill and other skills, she was, quite frankly, ahead of many of the other students. And as she moved up to 2nd grade, I went to an administrator and I said, you know, I think my daughter needs some other things. What can we do? And I said, you know, can she be tested? And The response was sure, and then after that test came back, she was shown to be of advanced skills. And I was then told that, well, you know what, that's just going to average out later. We'll leave her where she is. She'll be fine. And that was not good enough for me. So when I talked to a friend of mine, and this is where the parent-to-parent peer help comes in, she had kids who had already gone through the program, through the school system, and she said, and she knows my daughter, she said, you should send her here. You should apply to go here. And I wish I could remember that school board member's name to this day, but that was about 30 years ago. And she heard me when I went to meet with her to ask for the transfer. So my daughter was transferred to Hunter, where she was in advanced classes, as also she had the exposure to the arts. She learned how to play the cello there. So having all of those pieces fall into place within the school system and within the day really made an impact on her and me, on our house. So I know that those opportunities are not always there on the top end, so to speak, on the advanced end, whereas people traditionally look for the other challenges. We have to still find a way that we can look at our children as individuals, and the staff needs to be able to be equipped with the knowledge and the ability and the time to be able to address those needs. And I believe that within the school system, we have those programs, we have those abilities. We just need to be able to direct our children to those resources and make sure that those resources are available and that the parents know that it's available, and therefore the parents, we can support our children as they go to school every day. So having lived this, it can be a challenge. Just for me on the parent side, or for us on the parent side, it's been a challenge. But with the right help and the right direction, we can certainly overcome it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Martin? Wake County is quite diverse socioeconomically, racially, and culturally. As a school board member, how do you envision your role in providing equitable opportunities and outcomes for all students?
I have seen and lived the changes of District 4. So we are becoming more diverse in given the district lines. We are a very diverse district with many needs. My current boss, who is a retired Marine Corps Lieutenant General, has this saying that when some of us have a cold, the rest of us have pneumonia. So if in another district there is a problem, I can surely understand that same problem is likely in my district and may be compounded because of resources or lack of resources. So knowing those sorts of things about my own community, I would simply make sure that I'm listening, make sure that I'm talking to my community, make sure that I stay connected, that I'm visible and I'm accessible. And I would just really bring those concerns to the table. And knowing what I know of this school board, I believe I would get help to rectify whatever issues are in my district, as well as try to help with other districts.
Thank you for being here and for applying.
Thank you.
I have the next question. Enrollment in Wake County schools is impacted by growth and by school choice. What are your thoughts about current and future assignment goals for WCPSS? I gave it an extra S. WCPSS, and the role of choice in school selection and how we make Wake County Public Schools the most attractive option for families in District 4 and countywide?
Sure. People are moving here, and this is known as one of the best areas in the country. And part of that is the education system. So we have a lot to maintain and grow here, along with people that are moving here. And we have to serve the people that are here. We're already here, and make sure that those opportunities are equally distributed for everyone, not just a few, but for everyone. So knowing that people are moving here because of our system, the choice option is amazing. I will say that I have never been in a school in this system that didn't have something special at each school. So knowing that the options of choice are there, I think it's a win-win for everybody, and I would like to see even more of it. And with that, I would throw in the magnet schools, because that is just an amazing option for everyone. But given the growth of our area, we have to keep up, and I think we can. I know we can. And the options that I'm seeing on the table that I've studied, I think we're in tune to our community and the people that are moving here, and I think the board's doing a great job of that so far. And I do think that because having those options on the table is why people are moving to Wake County, not just for a job. You have to move and think for your entire family. So I think those are the things that are bringing us full circle in Wake County, and why this position is so important, because with the structure that comes from here, we can continue to make our school system the best. It's world-class now and recognized. So I would love to be able to be a part of maintaining that.
Hi, welcome.
Thank you.
I represent District 3, Wing Ing. Just want to ask you to elaborate on the magnet school. As you know, magnet schools have been used as a tool for avoiding high concentration of poverty and minority isolation. What is your position on the magnet schools, other schools of choice, and what other approaches should the district explore?
Having watched Superintendent Bill McNeil establish these schools and seeing our community change, magnet schools was the establishment of magnet schools was probably the major improvement and the major item to stabilize our inner city that ever could have happened to Wake County. I have seen other areas in the state become desolate because of students and families leaving the inner city. One thing I will also say is that District 4 is home to the best schools, but also some of the oldest in the county. And with that legacy and that history, those schools have remained open and improved and drawn people to the community that would not, if things had been different, would not have moved or come to downtown Raleigh. So I will say that magnet schools, I am a proponent and will always be a proponent for magnet schools, because I have seen the difference it can make in a student's life. When all of the offerings are there, when it's arts, when it's science, when it's all of those things combined, it makes for a better student. And a student that's academically gifted needs the arts. They need an outlet. They need a way to express themselves, as all children do. So the magnet schools, I am a proponent and will always be a proponent for magnet schools, for public schools. And I, again, am just will forever be grateful to Bill McNeil and some of the other board members of that time that had the foresight to see that this was a way to actually save Raleigh. I've seen some other school systems become segregated again because the school systems were not combined or were not drawn into maintaining communities. So that's one of the best things that Wake County Public Schools has ever done is to establish those schools. And so I also, again, am a proponent for choice, and having that as a choice will always bring us the best and the brightest. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Martin, for being here today.
Thank you, Steve.
I'm Sam Hirsch. I'm in District 6. Can you describe a situation in which you were required to carefully decide between two strongly conflicting viewpoints and the process by which you would come to a decision that balances the needs and desires of your constituents with the needs of the school system as a whole?
Again, I will point to always keeping focus on the children. And I think when we have differing opinions, if we can always recenter there, I think we can come up with solutions. And again, I'm not so sure that there are a ton of differences between the basic needs of students in every district. There may be some societal differences, but the basic needs are the same. So bringing two sides together, you must start at what you agree on. And I think once we establish the fact that if we always bring it back to what's important and why we're here, we'll always come up with a good solution. Building a consensus is not easy. I have many situations I could probably talk about where I've had to navigate or referee or whatever you'd like to call it, differing opinions. But at the end of the day, if we see each other as individuals and as people with the right goals and the same goals, I think there's a way we can find a solution. And I'm trying to think of a specific situation. I've had many. But to nail down one or two, I think is a little difficult. I've had experiences in organizations that I'm in where, you know, some people want to do one thing, somebody wants to do something else. But at the end of the day, the skill that's needed to come to a consensus is to really see each other as an individual and then remind ourselves of the goals. And so I think, given that skill set, I think we can pretty much overcome anything. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll bring it back around the table, back to Ms. Caulfield.
Round two. You're almost done then. So our ninth question is, what's your understanding of the difference between the role of the Board of Education and the role of the superintendent and staff?
Yes. The board sets policy, and the superintendent and staff carry out the policy. So again, that is why this position and this board is so important, because it is a situation where life-changing policy is done at this level and can have an effect not only on the current students, but all of the students to come. So that's one of the reasons I really value this position and think it's important that the right person and the right fit be in this position, because this is a situation where you make decisions that are life-changing. So there you go. Mm-hmm.
All right, and then we will, our last prepared question will be from Mr. Swanson.
Thank you. So the final question states about 70% of those living in Wake County do not have school-aged children. What can be done to enhance interactions between the school system and the school board and the broader community of Wake County who do not have children in our schools?
I believe involving the folks that don't have children in our school system via mentorship, via volunteering, being interested in what's going on here. I believe that's a way to connect each other. Even though the 70% may not have a child in the system, they're more than likely connected to the system in some sort of way, whether they're a grandparent, an aunt or uncle, a church member, any of those options. So it may be just a matter of us connecting on that level, just to see, and that would help us with our staffing, with our resources and our needs, if we're able to bring in more mentoring and more volunteers and more people into the school system. There are companies and organizations out here looking for opportunities to volunteer, and may have not always felt welcome in some areas. So I think in District 4, I will be open and make it known that we want help, we want mentors, we want volunteers, we want the community involved. When I was growing up in my community, you know, you didn't dare do anything wrong, but because 2 doors down, if Miss Jones saw you do it, your mom knew about it before you got home. So having that same commitment to our children in 2024 is needed. And I think we have to be asked, we have to ask people in. We can't just sit back and wait for people to come to us. We have to ask people in. We have to ask and let them know our needs. Every parent wants their child to be better than they were. So knowing that and knowing the connections that people have, we can involve an entire family of grandparents and uncles and aunts as opposed to just the parents. So we can extend that. And I think we have to make it known that you're welcome and you're invited and we want you. I think that's been a piece that's been missing. Thank you.
All right, well, Ms. Martin, that concludes our prepared questions. We do have some time left. If you'd like to give any sort of closing statement for the board members just about your application or your interest in the role.
There's so much to say. My notes are forever and ever in length. But I would, I think it might be helpful for me to read my letter of intent, because it does encompass a lot of things I may have forgotten to say, because you all are very intimidating. But no, I feel very comfortable. No, you've made me feel welcome, and I appreciate it. So I think I would like to read a part of that, because it does really speak to why I'm interested and why I'm here, and what I will hope to accomplish. Okay. As a resident of Wake County for more than 40 years, I've experienced some of the best and the worst periods of my life. However, I can truly say that the good far outweighs the bad, and I'm grateful for the life I've been blessed to build here in Wake County. Originally born and raised in Fayetteville, and the daughter of a veteran that served in the segregated Army, my North Carolina roots and commitment to service are a lifelong pledge. As a young college student and later a graduate of North Carolina State University, my adult years have been spent here in Wake County. I've lived, worked, raised my daughter, and continue to grow here in my community. This position is important to me because education has always been a part of my upbringing and taught as a way of sufficiency and independence. My greatest inspiration and daily role model was my mother. After life challenges, my mother found herself a single parent of 5 girls, a time in society and history that suppressed the voices of African Americans and women. We have both major obstacles to overcome. As I've grown older, I now better understand the genius that my mother was, and so ahead of her time. She had dropped out of high school and was married at only 15. Not only did she finish high school later in life and on to receive her associate degree, but was less than a semester away from her bachelor's degree when she died. She instilled in us that as a woman of color, education is the great equalizer, and no matter what might come my way, it can never be taken from me. To her legacy, all 5 of us completed college, many with advanced degrees, so I learned early and throughout my life the value of perseverance, work, education, love, and faith. And this is why I taught my only child, my daughter. My greatest accomplishments this far in my life is that I have raised a kind, socially conscious, brilliant, and amazing daughter. My daughter is a product of the Wake County school system and now is a tenure-track professor at Newcastle University in England. It was not easy navigating the system, but with the help of family and friends, and yes, even the YMCA before and after school care, my entire village supported us, although there were times when we had to travel the path alone. From the arts to advanced placement opportunities, my home was affected by the decisions made at the board and superintendent levels. My daughter benefited from the decisions made at those levels, and my family is forever changed because of education. Remembering the forward vision of Superintendent Bill McNeil and the creation of magnet schools, I owe it to my community to do whatever I can to help the children that are facing more and more challenges every day. Today, I remain committed to public education and the school system that helped my family along the way. This very Wake County School Board that I'm now asking to be a part of so that I can help the students, parents in my community. Thank you for your consideration, and I hope to join this board to make a positive, life-changing, and impactful policies. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Martin. We will be interviewing candidates the rest of the day, and then at the conclusion of the interviews, we will have our process for making the selection, and it will continue to be streamed, but we'll notify everyone individually.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
May I shake hands?
It's weird and extremely, it's unusual.
Yeah, it is.
So, board members, our next interview is scheduled to begin at 1 o'clock. If I could just ask each of you, we can go into recess, but just to be back at your seat at about 5 till 1. And the mics should be off, but just keep that in mind that with the streaming, that it's still considered one session. All right? Thank you.
process, we're going to continue our District 4 candidate interviews. The next candidate will be Sean Allen. And Ms. Allen will bring, since we ended the questions with Mr. Swanson, then Vice Chair Johnson Hustle will start with you for questions. All right, hey, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How are you?
Doing great.
Does this? I'm sorry, Melissa.
Your mic is live.
It is live. Okay.
It's live.
Can I adjust it or?
Yeah, you can go around it. It is on. And welcome.
Welcome. We are conducting our interviews for the vacancy for District 4. I'm Chris Haggerty. I'm the board chair, and we have all of our other Board of Education members here today. We're going to go through a list of prepared questions, ask you those. We have 45 minutes for our interview. If you have a longer answer to a question, we don't get through all the questions, perfectly okay. If we get through all the questions and you have some time left over and you'd like to make any sort of closing statement, that's perfectly fine too.
Okay.
All right?
Very good.
So if you are all ready, then I will turn it over to our vice chair, Ms. Monica Johnson-Hostler, and she will ask the first question.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. First question, which they are in front of you if you need them. Please describe how your professional and community service experience will guide you in representing District 4 and in your work on the Board of Education.
So I am by trade a public servant. I work in policy, research, and planning. So I think that professional experience would bode well for any work on the county school board. Community service-wise, that's pretty much how I spent the past umpteen years. Basically, when the workday ends, certainly before I had kids, I was seeking out volunteer opportunities to help out in my community. I'm sorry if I'm addressing just one. Somebody. And that has led to a long list of different organizations I've been able and fortunate enough to volunteer for. Mainly, the crux of my volunteer opportunities have been focused around children, particularly disadvantaged children. Up until last year, for about 5 years prior, I volunteered for Bikers Against Child Abuse, which basically goes and spends time with children who are victims of abuse. And then if need be, if they have a court case, you go and sit in court with them and be there for them. 5 years of that, I then had two children, now 5.5 and 3. Because it's an all-volunteer organization, it's international, the business aspects of that start to tie into your actual volunteer opportunities. So there's less and less time being able to focus on children and more on the business activities of the organization. It's good for funds. You don't have to raise funds to pay any staffers. Even the attorney is all pro bono, but it can eat into your day. So, I mean, it was 20, 25 hours a week, pretty much every Saturday and Sunday and most weeknights. After having left my wife home by herself and then with 2 children, that needed to take a back seat. Since then, I did 2 months with Safe Child and then have taken some time off to spend with my family, at which point now I am looking to run for this seat in November and start the Big Brother, Big Sister program. So I think basically my life revolves around kids and the community. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Mr. Collins, this next question is one that I can tell you, personally don't underestimate this one, because this is something I know it's been a challenge for myself personally. Fulfilling the requirements of service may require 30 or more hours per week, many during the hours between 9 and 5 p.m. And so if you could tell us a little bit more about how your current commitments and responsibilities will allow you more time for the board meetings and the other responsibilities of public service.
Yeah, certainly. So, yeah, it can be a struggle. Time management is a top priority, especially when you have a family at home. Basically, it boils down to your passion for the work you're doing and the service that it's providing your community. So for me, I fully anticipated at least 30 hours a week, and that's just simply something I'm willing to commit to. I've cleared it with my current employer on schedule flexibility. I don't anticipate any issues there. Outside of that, it will be hopefully big brothers, big sisters, my family, and pretty much everything else will be set aside. Thank you.
All right. Hi.
Hi.
We're over here now. If you could describe 2 or 3 specific priorities that you would advocate for in developing our upcoming budget.
Yeah, that's certainly a laundry list, right? To narrow it down to 2 or 3, it would be bus drivers and employee retention, particularly teacher retention. I imagine y'all are yelled at 8 days a week about spending more money on issues X, Y, and Z. I have a pragmatic approach to policymaking, so without being a taxing authority, certainly vocal advocacy towards the county commissioners and the General Assembly in increasing your bottom line, but given the limited resources that you have, it would be focused on more, better teachers in the classroom and a decrease in bus driver vacancy. Thank you.
And Mr. Collins, if you don't mind, could I get you to just pull your microphone up
sure.
just a
Yeah,
little
sorry.
bit closer?
Is that better? Oh, yeah. A little better.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I know a Brockport grad can speak loudly.
That's all right. Oh, yeah, you're from Brockport.
Buffalo.
Buffalo, Rochester myself, yeah. Excellent. Small world.
Hey, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
What strategies can the Board of Education undertake to support effective teaching and academic growth, including growth for academically challenged and academically gifted students?
So, for teaching the general population, I think it boils down to, again, I'm going to beat a dead horse today, but more teachers, better teachers. We all remember what it was like to go in school and have a substitute teacher for the day. I mean, not a whole lot of productivity was accomplished there, but so keeping teachers in the classroom, keeping the classroom staffed, providing sort of moral support for the teachers, providing good individual school administration. I think individual schools should be taking the load off teachers that are loads that are not sort of education specific, or classroom teaching specific, classroom instruction. So helping teachers deal with parents, helping teachers deal with behavioral issues, so that they can more focus on actual instruction in the classroom. For the academically challenged and academically gifted, it would be an increase in teacher aid, teacher assistance. I think smaller classrooms, a better, smaller teacher-to-student ratio is simply a more effective approach. And again, budget constraint-wise, I think that would be the best strategy.
Hi, welcome.
Thank you.
I'm Wing Ng, and I represent District 3. As you can tell, Wake County is quite diverse, economically, racially, and culturally. As a school board member, how do you envision your role in providing equitable opportunities and outcomes for all students?
So, I ran some numbers on specifically District 4, and I think diverse would be an understatement. Providing more equitable opportunities to align with this board's equity policy that was enacted last year, I think considerations need to be made for the underprivileged and the marginalized student population. And a redistribution of resources would be warranted to better serve those that are disadvantaged. I think focusing on those individual schools that are underperforming, that are diverse, with, again, more student support, more counselors to help with not only behavioral issues, but home issues, counselors to help in parent engagement activities, education and professional development for the teachers and understanding their audience, their student population, and the individual and specific needs of not only that school, that district, but individual classrooms themselves. I think if teachers understand who their audience is, and we have certainly wonderful teachers, but professional development and understanding things that may not come up organically, I think would help approach or contribute to solutions that sort of eliminate disparities between the different classes, race, gender, ethnicity, English proficiency.
Thank you.
I'm going to get a sip of water here.
I'm taking notes anyway, so take a minute.
Great.
I also get to ask you the longest question, so take your time in reading it too. Enrollment in Wake County schools is impacted by growth and by school choice. What are your thoughts about current and future assignment goals for Wake County Public Schools and the role of choice in school selection, and how we make Wake County Public Schools the most attractive option for families, both in District 6, that's my district, in District 4, and countywide?
Great.
We like asking multiple questions within one
Within
question.
one question, certainly, yes, of course.
Take it as you want, however you want.
So, current and future assignment goals, I think it's a numbers game. I think you focus on student-teacher ratios. I think you focus on equity and outcomes. And then sort of the backseat to that would be natural geography of the area, of each school and its surrounding area, and then the logistics of transportation to those schools. So for me, school assignment is just, it's a mathematical issue. The role of school choice, so what are my thoughts on the role of school choice and the role of choice in school selection? I think that's a hot topic. I think obviously the General Assembly seems to have their mind made up on funding this notion of school choice. And it's going to be exacerbated over the next 9 to 10 years. So I think you work within that reality. Again, not being a taxing authority or not having that level of policy decision-making abilities. You work within that reality. And what I really appreciated about Dr. Taylor's sort of first speech there was, if school choice is the reality, then let's make Wake County Public Schools the #1 choice. And so the attractiveness option and how we go about doing that, I think, again, revolves around the quality of teachers, the quality of the education, the quality of in-class instruction, and the level of support that the parents feel that they have within each school. It's an uphill battle, and it will continue to get steeper. But when you have no other option, I think your focus should be entirely on what can we do within the limited means we're provided. And so a lot of public outreach, a lot of parent engagement, and then whatever we can whatever we can do for our teachers in those classrooms.
Okay, we'll come back over to Ms. Caulfield.
Am I blowing through these too fast here?
Now, you'll find there's
It's
some,
okay.
might be a short answer, some might be an extended answer, so it's all up to you.
Some may warrant like a day-long discussion, and I don't want to tie up your time here.
We're good at that, too. Hi, I'm Cheryl Caulfield, District 1. Our next question is, magnet schools have been used as a tool for avoiding high concentrations of poverty and minority isolation. What is your position on magnet schools, other schools of choice, and what other approaches should the district explore?
I think the magnet school program has been a boon for our district. I think it's been just a tremendous asset and sort of addressing inequities between individual schools. My own child goes to a magnet school, Millbrook Elementary, and it's just been tremendous. I think the magnet school is the public alternative to sort of these school choice vouchers, the private school attendance. I think it allows for redistributing students that come from high poverty families, and thereby resulting in individual schools that have more of a diverse student demographic. And with that, I think, comes more public support, sort of broadly. And when you have that, I think that's a boon for the students themselves. I think if the public can support the school district, the individual districts within Wake County School District, I think that's something that addresses sort of the disparate outcomes that are realized with neighborhoods that are high poverty, high minority. So my position on magnet schools would be continue on the path that we're going. If we can expand it, all the better. Other schools of choice, I don't know what level of authority the school district has on addressing other schools of choice. So I don't know that I can speak to that directly, but what other approaches district should explore, I think, again, harkens back to the school assignment and distributing our students into individual schools that are more diverse and less concentrated in any one demographic.
All right, I have question 8. I'm Tyler Swanson. I represent District 9. So can you describe a situation in which you were required to carefully decide between two strong conflicting viewpoints, and the process by which you would come to a decision that balances the needs and the desires of your constituents with the needs of the school district system, with the needs of the school system as a whole? Excuse me.
So I think a good example of such a situation would be school assignment. Whenever this board chooses to reassign individual students to different schools, or you have a new school and take it from an old school or from this neighborhood to that, you hear backlash, you hear strong opinions and very valid experiences, lived experiences from these parents and these families that are going to have to handle this new school assignment. And for me, I take that to heart. I think it's an important and valuable thing to listen and to account for. Whereas my own, perhaps 30,000-foot viewpoint would be more strictly statistics. In the end, I think the process I would do is take into consideration, first and foremost, overall outcomes of the decision that I would make. For me, it's leaning towards school reassignment in a way that diversifies the population, equalizes outcomes, lessens disparity. But if I could do it in a way that keeps people and families as close to their the closest school to their home, that would be sort of a second tier but important step in addressing which students go to which schools. I think the desires of my constituents may be conflicting themselves. Certainly there's the side that wants to keep the school that they have. There's also the overall desire of the constituency as a whole that wants better outcomes for that district. And I think the needs of the school system as a whole are better served by overall outcomes of that district. So for me, it's a listen, it's a learn, it's an empathy exercise. But in the end, what is better served? How is the school district better served? How are the students better served? And how is the community better served with how we assign students to individual schools?
Thank you. Let you take a drink.
I'm sorry?
Back to me.
Yes.
What is your understanding of the difference between the role of the Board of Education and the role of the superintendent and staff?
So I have a cursory understanding between sort of the CEO and the voting board of any organization. How this particular board and superintendent operate specifically, I couldn't speak to directly, but as the elected representatives, I think it is imperative that they are kept abreast of not only high-level policy issues, but actually get into the weeds and details of how that policy is being implemented. But at the same time, not micromanaging your sort of duly appointed superintendent and his staff. So the specific interaction approach I would take would depend on how this board interacts currently. A certain level of conformity is expected, but at the same time, being an elected representative in the future of my district, I would like to know how specifically and how actively our policies are being implemented in those schools, which I think harkens back to how many hours per week this job would require.
All right, so now we come to the final prepared question, which is a little bit of a pivot. So we've talked about parents and we've talked about the schools, but about 70% of those living in Wake County don't have school-aged children. So what can be done to enhance the interactions between the school system and school board and the bigger, broader community of Wake County who don't have children in our schools?
I think promoting the workforce that we're providing the broader community, I think an educated, credentialed, effective workforce that we can provide them, that we're providing them with contributing members of their society, that we're providing them with people akin to them who will not have or do not have kids, so that they better understand exactly what their tax dollars are going towards. I think promoting graduation rates, I think promoting end-of-grade tests, for good or bad, showing the growth, showing the performance that we're able to provide the students, and how that directly affects the population as a whole, how it affects the economy, the job market, and their taxes. Making those important connections while being specific enough to for them to actually empathize, perhaps, with what we're doing. So I think it's a public campaign issue. As we publicly campaign for more bus drivers, I think campaigning on the with the idea that this is a public good, that personally I think the public education system is the best program the government has ever instituted. Having an educated populace is what we're providing, having a high-level workforce who can come in and be a part of the market, who can come in and be a part of the economy, who can come in and work for employers. So I think it's a public campaign, public outreach process that would sort of feed into connecting with those voters and taxpayers who do not have students in the system.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we do have some time remaining. It's all right. You've gone through 10
I'm
questions.
going to go home and cry myself to sleep. Yeah, all right.
Just
Yeah.
all of them. But if you would like to give us any sort of closing statement, extension of an answer, feel free. Now with just these last few minutes, it's your time.
Sure. So I'm not the greatest interviewee, but I am dedicated. I am passionate. I do want to see improvement. That's why I'm here, and that's why I'm going to run in November, regardless of what happens. I want to see our students do better. I'm married to a teacher, and I truly believe that teacher support has a direct impact on student outcomes, but in the end, it's always about student outcomes. I believe in education. I believe in the public school system. I believe in providing students that need help with the help that they need. And that's what I want to do. That's why I'm here.
All right.
Sorry, I'm a little short.
Quite all right.
What's a brevity's lost art?
Yeah. Well, we're certainly glad that you joined us. We thank you for your application.
Thank you.
We will be interviewing all of the candidates today, and then at the conclusion of the interviews, the board will continue to discuss and will select a candidate tonight.
Great.
All right, and so we will know the outcome of that shortly. So, well, I say shortly. It's only 1:30. In about 7 hours.
Yes.
But before you go to bed tonight, definitely. All right. Well, thank you so much for coming and for your interest in the District 4 vacancy.
Thank you. Thank you for all you do. Appreciate it. Do I bow? All right, very good. So clearly, speaking of which, clearly you get, when you say you're from New York, everyone thinks New York City. Yeah. It's a whole different world, yeah. New York is largely like North Carolina outside of New York City. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, it's tough to impart that. Oh, Fisher. Oh, fantastic. Yeah.
I went to school in Manhattan, and people in Manhattan thought that was pretty much it, too.
Thought that was pretty much. That's right, yes.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Callen. And we will go back into recess until the time for our next interview, which will start promptly. Yeah.
I'm glad we're on the same page.
All right, welcome.
Hi.
So, Ms. Rest, these are our District 4 applicant interviews. We have all of the members of our current Board of Elections here. You have a copy of the interview questions there at you're there at the table. The mic is on and live. And what we will do is we have up to 45 minutes. We'll go around. Each board member will ask you a question. Take as much time as you feel you need to answer the question. If we don't get to all the questions, that's perfectly okay. And if we end and we still have time left, if you'd like to make any sort of closing statement, that's completely fine too.
Okay. Thank you
All
so
right,
much.
thank you. So we will start off. Our first question will come from Ms. Mahaffey.
I'm over here. Hi.
Hi.
Welcome. I'm Lindsay Mahaffey. I represent District 8. And our first question, and the questions are in front of you, is please describe how your professional and community service experience will guide you in representing District 4 and in your work on the Board of Education.
That's a great question. Thank you. Professionally, I'd love to start with this because I'm literally doing this right now. I actually have the privilege and opportunity to serve the students of Wake County and the state with teaching staff and students youth and teen mental health first aid. So I literally go across the state in school district like ours, and I train our staff to focus on well-being, show how we learn the signs and symptoms, and how to help within our well-being within our school systems. And so not only do I get to teach the staff the youth mental health first aid piece, I get to teach our students on how to even help their peers so that we can combat the things that have happened over the years that were present even before pandemic and after pandemic, so that students can really focus on the whole person of who they are. So I'm really excited about that particular work that I get to do. So when you say professional work around how does that impact, I think that goes toward also one of our priorities, right, within our district with our strategic plan, which is the well-being of everyone. So I'm excited that I get to do that. And then so far as my community work, oh my goodness, I don't even know if we have enough time for me to extensively share that level of work, but I will share this. I am always actually supporting other community leaders. I actually have just recently called multiple other community leaders within our actual District 4 right now, that where we're focusing on continuing to help District 4 recover from the tragedy that happened and took place in that region, as well as making sure families are healthy, being resilient, and that families are recovering well, because that's very important that we focus on what's going on in the district. And so I bring a lot of extensive knowledge and understanding about the district and the region, and making sure that everyone thrives there.
Thank you. Thanks for being here. Fulfilling the requirements of service may require 30 or more hours per week, many during the hours between 9 a.m. and 5 p.m. How will your current commitments and responsibilities allow you time for board meetings and responsibilities?
Well, the good thing is, like many of the working folks of Wake County, I get to kind of create my own schedule as being a principal consultant. I pretty much get to create my own schedule, and I have the flexibility to really represent and serve the board well, and to meet the needs and obligations and times that we actually have. So I actually have the flexibility to be able to do that.
Welcome. I'm Wing Ing, representing District 3. Describe 2 to 3 specific priorities that you would advocate for in working to develop our upcoming budget.
Thank you for that question. That's a great question. And a mouthful question. You're going to make me shift my paper here. Let's talk about these specific priorities and how I'd advocate. So one, let's look at, for me, it's really important. I can look at the work that I actually currently do as serving as the vice president of one of our school business alliances, right? And so one of the things that we need to look at and work on is seeing how we continue to support that model with helping students be college and career ready. So we understand that every student is not necessarily going to a institution or postgraduate studies, but we do understand that we need to make sure that students are actually career ready in some way. And so I think that we should continue in that model of work and connecting that and building that up within our system so that everyone feels included in what they're going to do, whether it's going to a four-year institution or whether it's actually going into the workforce. I think that we already do a great job at doing that at Wake County Schools. I think that we just need to continue to cultivate that particular thing. The other thing that I could say in reference to one of our priorities would be, let's focus on attendance. Right? Let's look at what that looks like for our children. One of the things that I can say that I did in work with Track My Steps is that was one of the criterias of even being a part of the program, right? Understanding the need within the district, and if students are not in the school, they can't learn. And so we want to make sure that students want to come to school, right? And that parents understand the importance of making sure our children are in school, and most importantly, that we provide what's necessary for our students to learn when we're in school. So making sure attendance is a priority across the board, probably looking more of like a, what we call the positive behavior supports versus making it look like a consequence type of thing. I've seen that it's worked in a PBIS type of model of looking at it as a whole of how do we show students why they should be here, why is coming to school most important, and then praising that when it actually takes place.
Good afternoon. Thank you for being here. What strategies can the Board of Education undertake to support effective teaching and academic growth, including growth for academically challenged and academically gifted students?
I'm going to tell you I love this question, and I'm going to tell you why I love this question. I love this question because I got to serve in both these capacities within Wake County central offices. One with serving on the AIG team, right? And then the other serving as well on the school improvement team. And so I get to see both sides of what this actually looks like with supporting academic growth. I know what it looks like from a educator standpoint of sometimes when students may not even enter into our district on a level that where they can begin off with proficiency. And so I've watched through the role of the work that I do as well with being that education liaison and that parent liaison, I've watched how sometimes people are not knowledgeable of what early childhood education looks like. And so when they come in, it's a challenge there for students to begin to work. And so it puts even more pressure on our educational staff, our teachers, to help children become up to par to where they need to be. And so sometimes when people don't understand what that looks like, they tend to think that teachers can wave magic wands and make things happen. And even though they are as amazing and intelligent as they are, it takes for us to support students prior to coming into this, and so that when students actually get in there, we then, with the teachers, with all that they know, they're able to help students really grow. And then I've also seen students come in where they aren't where they need to be, and I've watched education take flight by cultivating and showing and working alongside parents on helping the student at home as well as at school to actually know what that academic support looks like. And so I also am aware that the academic support and growth looks like allowing teachers to actually be able to have time to develop a plan, right? So in community, in faith community, sometimes we talk about what we do, and some people do Sunday school. I'm using this as an analogy. And so one of the things that I've learned to appreciate education and growth and learning is that if you don't have time to prepare for something, then you can't be your best at it. And so our teachers need time to prepare for professional development so that they can use the best strategies and technologies to actually help our students so that they can show growth, and as well as for our students who may not be proficient where they need to be, but so that we can have the support around them so that they can go where they need to be.
Okay, we'll swing it back to Ms. Call.
I'm sorry, I was note-taking, I wasn't paying attention. Hi, I'm Cheryl Caulfield from District 1. Our next question is, Wake County is quite diverse economically, racially, and culturally. As a school board member, how do you envision your role in providing equitable opportunities and outcomes for all students?
Thank you for that. I wholeheartedly support our equity policy. And this is why. Because we need diversity, we need it to actually play out even within our educational system. And so the policy really leads us into a way that where we can make sure that all students are really getting what they need in an equitable manner, right? And seeing what that looks like even within the classroom. And so when I look at our question, I envision this role being something of a manner in which families as well as school collaborate together so that we can understand each other culturally and racially and economically. And so equitable outcomes are very important. Equitable outcomes are sometimes even beyond where we are in our societal place. And so having a school system that supports what that looks like and then showing our students what that can look like even in a classroom, continues to strengthen students, which also strengthens our communities of the future. And so I do support having diversity within our schools. I definitely have to say I have a very diverse life. I have an opportunity to serve in so many different capacities, and I've learned that when you have a diverse group amongst you, you have greater outcomes. And so we want to make sure that our students are prepared for school and in life. And in life, we have to make sure that we have a place of inclusiveness so that people will be able to bring out the best in all places, because we walk different walks of life. And when we actually listen to one another and hear our shared experiences, we really find out that we're not that different after all.
Ms. Rice, I have question number 6. And I'm Tyler Swanson. I represent District 9. So this question states, enrollment in Wake County is impacted by growth and by school choice. What are your thoughts about the current and future assignment goals for WCPSS and the role of school choice in school selection? And how we make Wake County Public Schools the most attractive option for families, especially in District 4 and countywide?
Thanks for that. Student assignment is not an easy feat. Student assignment can be very complex because we want to make sure that students are served well, and we want to make sure that we don't overcrowd our schools. And I think that's very important because overcrowding also stems and affects the academic learning of our students. And so from being a parent, first of all, who has been impacted by our student assignment over the years and understand how it has to change, because we change in population, we change in growth, we change in so many ways. And so sometimes change is uncomfortable. And when change is uncomfortable, we then have to make decisions that are for the good and for the best outcome for an entire community. And so when we look at the school choice of a thing, I like school choice. I like the fact that parents get to choose within the Wake County system of different ways to allow their child to adapt to what's their best learning outcome, whether it's our, young girls or young men's leadership academies and things of that nature, and making sure that people have a space that works for them. And so when we look at future assignments within our schools, I think the biggest thing for me and what has worked for me in community is actually educating people on what that looks like. And a lot of times people don't understand what that looks like from day to day because they're not aware of it. So they're focused on their own home, their own proximity, their own things. And so what I've had to do as a community leader and sharing when these types of changes happen, because I'm kind of like bridging the gap between school and home within the work that I do, I've had to explain the why, right? The why things happen around student assignments, the why we have to shift, and why we have to learn how to understand the change, and how all of our schools are amazing, and your child will still be great within that school that they may have to attend that's new. And then most importantly, maybe even choosing to follow our policies or our procedures in which you might can find the best assignment or choice for you within the leeway within that student assignment. And the last thing that I want to say in reference to that is, how do we make Wake County Public Schools the most attractive option for our families? To me, here's the bottom line. Anywhere you go as a business person like myself, and on a state level, county level, city level, what draws people to your region? Your schools. If schools are great, we can economically thrive. If schools are challenging, there's some leeway that you may not get the economic value that we would love from another company or organization to come and be a part of our region. And so what I understand around our schools and the growth and choice, if we continue to make our schools great the way Wake County has, then we will continue to experience the wonderful economic growth that we have here in Wake County.
Thank you. I have number 7. Magnet schools have been used as a tool for avoiding high concentration of poverty and minority isolation. What is your position on the magnet schools, other schools of choice, and what other approaches should the district explore?
Can I jump up and down for this question? Listen, I'm excited. Why? Because I'm a magnet school product. From Bug to Carnage to Enloe to Broughton. I know the magnet school experience. And then I also know the experience of my children who have not had magnet school experience. So I know what it's like to have so many diverse programs within the magnet program. I know what it's like to now have my children who were a part of Wake County school system who didn't have that same experience, and looking at the different models that we have within our magnet program and our school program. But here's the thing that I love. I love how Wake County does an amazing job with making sure that we have choice around the fact of what schools can look like, whether they're magnet or whether they're our traditional type schools. Because here's the thing, my son currently, even though he's not in a magnet school program like his mom so graciously got to attend, he is in a program even within the school that where the schools have the opportunity to create small small academies within it, teaching the same curriculums, the high rigor of an education. And so he gets to be a part of the CET program that allows him to lead with project management experience. You see that school to career lifestyle, and then also that allows him to either do graphic design. And so when we're looking at our school system, this is what we do best as Wake County folks. What we do best is take what we have and we make it work for everybody, giving us options regardless if we're magnet students, whether we're traditional. And so what I would love to be a part of with this board is looking at how we can give our administrators the ability to expand that thought process, to be forward thinkers, and to grow our brain, right? Into looking at what smaller models we can do that sticks with the curriculum, that doesn't cost us anymore, but gives our students a more deeper purpose in learning and being great at who they are.
All right, thank you. So, Ms. Rice, I'm Chris Haggerty, representative of District 7. Thank you for coming out and interviewing today. I'm going to give you a different kind of question.
Okay.
I want you to describe to me a situation in which you were required to carefully decide between two strongly conflicting viewpoints, and then by the process you used to come to a decision that would balance the needs and desires of your constituents with the needs of the school system as a whole. So think of a divisive issue, people on both sides, kind of what you used to guide you through that decision-making process, and then how you could use that system to balance similar conflicting needs within the school system.
You really came with big questions today, didn't you? So I look at this question and I live this question because of the work that I do in community. So the first thing that for me that comes to mind is collaboration, mediation. And the reason why is because when we look at opposing views, and when we look at the process in which it has to do, we first have to collaborate with people. We have to be open. We have to listen and to hear their side. And when we're open and when we listen to their side, we have to balance. I'm a data-driven type of person, okay? And so when we listen and we hear both sides, we then have the opportunity to look at the data of a thing and then make the best decision from the data of what we see. And sometimes it allows us to remove ourselves from the situation and think collectively versus individually, right? And so an opportunity that I can share, let's see if I can share this, because I do this a lot because of the work that I do when I'm attending 504 meetings and IEP meetings within our district and within other districts across the state. How about I bring it in personal for me, okay? How about I share a recent situation where my son, who lives with a chronic illness, had to make a decision around a class choice. I felt strongly that he needed to take a particular course that I felt would give him a better outcome for future. I felt like he needed to stick with a particular thing because this is what you just need to do because it's going to help you down the road and you need to see a bigger picture. But guess who had an opposing view than me? The staff and my son. Now, I'm a parent. I know what's best for my child. So we think until we open our ears and listen collectively and remove the individual behavior from ourselves. Staff made valid points. Ms. Rice, we want you to look at the whole person of Nicholas. They are an amazing student. They love to learn. We love this student. We see how hard they work. Need I mind you, Nick's an honor student, So that's not the question. But they needed me to see something different than what I wanted to see. And in the end, I chose what the staff felt was best and what the student felt was best. And guess what I found out a week or so later? That was the better outcome. It was an opposing view that we can sometimes feel very strongly about. And as board members currently and in the future, you're going to see opposing views that you feel strongly about, that you have your own representation for. But we have to always listen and open our ears to hear what the collective voice has to say and make the best outcome, not for ourselves, not even for staff, but for the student. And so that's the story that I have.
Thank you for sharing that.
Thank you. And in a similar vein, can you tell us what your understanding is of the difference between the role of the Board of Education and the role of the superintendent and staff?
I think that's probably the easiest question you've given me today, because we look at, if we understand, as long as I've been working and moving within the school systems, the board, we govern. We talk about the why we do what we do. We leave the how to the superintendent, the staff, the administration. We direct and create the policy. One of the things that I love is that you guys may not know, but guess what? Even before you got policy, you know how it goes in central office and its staff develops and curates a thing and then come and do your beautiful reads and determine, well, I got to be a part of the parent engagement policy development many years ago. So I know what that process looks like so that the board can determine whether or not that policy may need to be looked at a little deeper, add this to it or that to it, so that the superintendent and its staff can carry out a policy that actually is a living document for its students and its families that it impacts.
Thank you. I have the last question, number 10.
Okay.
About 70% of those living in Wake County do not have school-age children. What can be done to enhance interactions between the school system and school board and the broader community of Wake County who do not have children in our schools?
Thank you for this question. Listen, I'm excited because the possibilities are endless around this question. I had the privilege of serving as Wake County Public Schools Board Advisor Chair for former board member Chris Malone. So, Ms. Schofield, I'm excited about District 1. Is my old stomping grounds, if I'll say. And so I had the privilege during those times of actually working alongside our district administrators, right? So I got to lead this particular district and share and bring resources and information to this particular district so that they could better understand what it looks like to engage with community. Because during that time, we were doing something a little different with opening up choice in a different way. And so therefore, everyone didn't quite understand what that looked like with expanding and sharing our school district outside of just the day-to-day norm. And so one of the things that I was able to do was to share the importance of bringing in community business. One of the things I was able to do was share bringing in other people who actually love the school and who understood you don't have to necessarily have children to not understand that children are important and their development is important. And for you, even if you don't have a child, you want to continue living in a particular place that thrives. And again, it goes back to our former statement that I made about if our schools do well, then our communities do well. We know that if we engage, there are so many ways that we can encourage our community to engage with the business alliance that I was just speaking in, and come in and share expertise and mentorship for these students so that we can continue to have a thriving economy. And so I think that's key, is utilizing, again, Wake does an amazing job with the resources we already have. Let's enhance those resources, and let's show our community that we are developing some of the brightest, greatest minds that are getting ready to enter into Wake County so they can continue to enjoy retirement, so they can continue to enjoy safe places where they live, work, learn, and play.
And that was a powerful way to end that. I was going to say you have a few minutes for a closing statement, but that was a good punctuation on the question. So seriously, you do have a few minutes if there's anything that you'd like to elaborate on from any questions, anything that we didn't ask you before. You have a few minutes at your time.
Well, I'm excited, honestly, to be here. It really is a humbling privilege to sit amongst great minds who are educating our students and making policies to better develop us. I look forward to working alongside you, whether in the opportunity in this capacity or even in community, because wherever we do, just like each of you, you don't stop just because you're sitting at the board table. You continue to share the impacts of this in your own communities. And so wherever you might be, I look forward to doing that. I really do look forward to encouraging us to look at our children's total well-being. I look forward to the opportunity of making our programs even bigger and better, right? And so I really am thankful for the experience that I've had within Wake County Public School System. Like I said, from elementary to high school, it's been a pleasure to be within the system. I am one to know that there's no system that does not have challenges. But the beauty about having challenges is there's opportunity to grow. There's opportunity to evolve. And the thing that I look forward to is hoping that we get to grow and evolve together.
All right, thank you. We will, just so you know the process, we are interviewing all of our candidates today. And after we conclude our interviews, we will deliberate, and then we will vote, and we will select a replacement today.
Okay. Thank you so much for your time. I greatly appreciate it.
Thank And board members, our next interview will be Jana Victor at 3 o'clock. So we'll stand in recess until then. All right, all right, everyone. We will continue with our District 4 candidate interviews. Our next applicant, our next candidate is Jana Victor. So we will start up again, going back to question 1. I believe who finished? Lynn, did you have it? So Dr. Ng, you'll start.
Now it is.
All right, thank you.
Hey, good afternoon.
Check, on, okay.
Yeah. So, welcome, Ms. Victor. We have everyone present who is on the Wake County Board of Education, and we're conducting our District 4 candidate interviews. We appreciate you applying and coming out and speaking with us today. What we have is we have a list of pre-written questions, and you should have a copy there at the desk.
Mm-hmm.
So if there's anything that you're asked, you should also have a written copy of it too. But if you need us to repeat anything, we can. And we're just going to go around the table, ask you a question. We'll have about up to 45 minutes total, but we're finding, if you get done with your questions, if you don't finish all the questions, that's perfectly okay. It's not a race. But if you do get through all of them and we have some time left, then you can give a closing statement, go back, elaborate on a question, or just provide any other information that you'd like to. All right?
Okay.
Okay, great. Well, in that case, we will give it over to Dr. Ng to kick us off tonight.
Hello.
Welcome. My name is Wing Ng. I represent District 3. And the first question is, please describe how your professional and community service experience will guide you to representing District 4 in your work on the Board of Education.
Okay, yeah, well, thank you, first of all, again, for having me here. So I have been a public servant with the City of Raleigh for nearly 10 years now, and I'm a community relations analyst. So a lot what I do within the Housing and Neighborhoods Department is work with the community of all ages, of all backgrounds. And what I work on primarily is a lot of the programming aspects. So one big piece is the Raleigh Neighborhood College, which is where we inform the public in the City of Raleigh of all the services that exist and how they can become civic leaders. And the Citizen Leadership Academy is another program. So that's a big piece, but also working with the youth. Last year, for example, we piloted a program that I spearheaded for transportation options, and we worked specifically with Moore Square Middle School on that one to create it. And this year, it's actually being opened up to all the public, so all the Wake County school students. And during my time, I've always been the first point of contact in any position that I've been, just because I guess I have a great temperament of the person being the first for somebody to contact and find solutions and getting them where they need to be and finding answers for them during my time as a public servant. I've also worked in the higher education realm as a communications officer, so to speak, and it was with a company that facilitated or did programming for international students to go to universities that we contracted with. And there I've learned a great amount of all the different backgrounds and cultural expectations of being a student here in the U.S. So with that, I'm kind of segueing into how diverse Raleigh is in the Wake County public school system. And for that reason, I live in District 4. I've been there for quite a few years now, and I call that my home because I love the fact that it's diverse and that they have a great community overall. And in terms of my personal life and volunteering, I'm very active in my daughter's PTA. I chair the transportation piece of everything for the most part, which kind of goes back to some of my stuff that I did before with schools, creating that programming to teach transportation options with Moore Square Middle School students. And I've done a lot of volunteering in my day, most primarily with the Human Rights Campaign, but also most recently Activate Good kids, they created a kids program, which allows my 5-year-old, because it's really hard to find volunteer opportunities for young kids like that, but they've created programming where 5-year-olds and up can volunteer. So we've done a lot of that recently to get her into the spirit as well.
Thank you. Thank you for being here today. Fulfilling the requirements of service may require 30 or more hours per week, many of the hours between 9 to 5. How will your current commitments and responsibilities allow you time for board meetings and responsibilities?
So I am very fortunate to have a flexible schedule, or allow myself to have some autonomy with my schedule. I mean, obviously I have to commit to a certain amount of hours. That being said, I've spoken with my supervisors, my family. I have a big support system behind it, and not to name drop, but I do work in the same department as Tara Water, so we can, there's the proof there that there is the support from my employer in order to be committed to this as well. And overall, I mean, every job I've ever been in, fully dedicated, and especially dedicated to this cause and to the residents and people of District 4.
Thank you. Cheryl Caulfield for District 1. My question is, fulfilling the requirements of, you just asked that one, sorry. Next one. Describe 2 or 3 specific priorities that you would advocate for in working to develop our upcoming budget.
Yes, so staff recruitment, retention, a big one. I think that's probably something that everybody's been saying, but I fully support reasonable raises. And my big part is I think that we need to support some mechanism to alleviate the administrative burden on the teachers as well, because I think that takes away a lot from the focus on what their bread and butter is, which is educating and having some individualized attention toward the students if there's constant pressure with paperwork and whatnot. So if there's some way we can achieve that through budget priorities, I would very much welcome that. A second one, going back to transportation, of course, the network, but not only buses and driver pay. I think some program around sustainable commuting ways to get to school back and forth, so that we can help our really, troubled transportation system, for lack of a better word, even though everything is really well done and monitored overall. But I think every school system has their issues, but I think we can spearhead a better way of doing that through education and encouragement of using sustainable transportation options. And then the third one, health and safety, not just necessarily physical health and safety, mental well-being, but with that, I would specifically own in on social media. And I say that because recently the FBI put out a report that the hate crimes in schools is the third, hate in schools, they're the third biggest place where hate crimes occur. Sorry, I had to figure that one out. Yeah, and I think a big piece of that can be attributed to social media issues. So if we can create better education around that and policies and procedures of how we curb that cyberbullying and so on and so forth, I think we can make it a better and healthier, safe school for all.
Good afternoon. I'm Tyler Swanson. I represent District 9, and I have question 4. What strategies can the Board of Education undertake to support effective teaching and academic growth, including growth for academically challenged and academically gifted students?
I want to go back a little bit to the administrative burden piece, because I think, again, that's how we can create effective teaching. If we take away that pressure of doing all that administrative burden on the teachers so that they can focus on lesson plans and their professional development and creating the academic growth. But also, I think that would also allow more time for one-on-one check-ins with some of the students. It's almost like when you're at work, you get your one-on-ones, but these one-on-ones with students would be more so to just understand, to make sure they are where they need to be. That being said, if they're in the more challenged category or the gifted category, because sometimes I think there's also some things that are overlooked or not quite where it needs to be as well. So I think if there's just a little bit more individualized attention, or time for more individualized attention, that would be very helpful. And that being said, I think with the right resources, a quote-unquote challenged student could be in the gifted category with the right, time and attention to do so. So I think there's a big piece that needs to be addressed with that one. And also, I think that just helps identify the challenges and needs more so.
You're fine. Thank you. You're welcome. Thank you. Sorry. I'm on the struggle bus coughing over here today. Sorry, I'm on question 5. Wake County is quite diverse economically, racially, and culturally. As a school board member, how do you envision your role in providing equitable opportunities and outcomes for all students?
Yes, so diversity is what we already have, especially in District 4. Inclusion is what everyone needs to do, and we need to be better, and I'm not saying that you need to be better. I mean, everybody just needs to be better with communication and understanding the needs of the community and creating better engagement of seeing where those gaps exist. Because sitting here looking down on it, you need to have those community conversations to create those equitable opportunities. And I think that counts for every district, and then everyone can come together and figure out how can we make district so-and-so and district so-and-so come on the same page and create an equitable environment.
Thank you. So I have what my colleague, Mr. Hershey, has identified as the longest question of the set that we have. So I'll go through it, but it might be something you may choose to break down and answer each separately. It's fine.
Okay.
So enrollment in Wake County schools is impacted by growth and by school choice. So first, what are your thoughts about current and future assignment goals for WCPSS and the role of choice in school selection, and how we make Wake County Public Schools the most attractive option for families in District 4 and countywide?
Yeah, so the growth is happening regardless. That's something that I think we can't necessarily control, but that's where then the array of choices that we, especially the magnet school programs, provide, and that trajectory of just keeping that great programming in the magnet school system, I think that's really where it needs to go, and have those themes so that children can have choice of what type of educational path they go would be very helpful. And also, I'm very much opposed to the school voucher program that is coming from a higher level, so I think that hurts school choice, and not necessarily, we already here at Wake County Public Schools, it's excellent school system, but we really need to make sure that the funding doesn't go elsewhere, so that's something I'm very much opposed. But overall, I think the choice is already there. I have a little bit more on choice, and I realize there's a magnet question in the next one, so I'll save a little bit more for the next one.
Well, on that note, our magnet schools have been used as a tool for avoiding high concentrations of poverty and minority isolation. What's your position on the magnet schools, other schools of choice, and what approaches should the district explore?
So this is where I might get a little spicy. Overall, the magnet school system, when it was created, for sure, and still till this day, has its purpose and has done a great job of creating diversity and equal opportunities and whatnot. That being said, Wake County has grown, districts are all changing, and one thing, going back to the word choice, is when you go through a magnet school application, you have your priorities, right? The person who gets the highest priority of being able to choose their school tends to be the high socioeconomic individual. Again, I understand how this all started, but I think if there is a child in a low socioeconomic area, and their base school is, say, a STEM school, but they are a very artistic child, they have a very low chance of applying for a school that has an arts programming that can help them succeed maybe in the long run, just because of their low socioeconomic status. And that being said, all those low socioeconomic status and all the different statuses are not necessarily up to date either anyways at this point in time, because we know everything's changing. So with that, I think there is maybe a better look to go through. One solution proposed would be the second round of magnet lottery, not to just invite another round of the high socioeconomic. That could be a lottery open to all to give a better chance to those that do want to choose a different school and path in their education.
Thank you. Can you describe a situation in which you were required to carefully decide between two strongly conflicting viewpoints and the process by which you would come to a decision that balances the needs and desires of your constituents with the needs of the school system as a whole?
Yeah, I'm hesitant to bring up a very specific situation just because I work in the public sector, and I feel like anything I bring up, somebody might be like, hey, that was me. So rather not. But that being said, obviously that happens a lot. Doesn't matter where you work or if you have a kid that you're, arguing with, so to speak, at home. So with that, I think we need to go back to the basics and focus on the needs of the student and not necessarily politics or anything of that nature. And a lot of times the more you listen to somebody, listening is of course the first step, but the more you listen to somebody, the more you might find common ground, or you can understand exactly where it is they're coming from as opposed to what the loud statement is. You understand what deep down it truly is, what is needed, and then we can maybe find some solutions. But that being said, in the end, it all comes down to the students and what does the data say and what is it for the greater good. Everybody has feelings, everybody has opinions, and they're all valid. That being said, we really need to look into data and statistics and see what benefits everybody. And we have to communicate that so that those that are opposed hopefully will get a better understanding of how that came about.
All right, back to me. What is your understanding of the difference between the role of the Board of Education and the role of the superintendent and staff?
So I think the board sets the mission, the goals, the vision, and needs to align it with community values overall. The superintendent translates that and makes that into an actionable plan and oversees it. Whereas, of course, staff, they're boots on the ground. If they don't, if they don't show up, then the school's not happening. We can all sit here and talk, but if they don't go the next day and do what it is, then none of it matters. So they're very much needed for their expertise and dedication to the job.
Thank you. I have the last question, and I didn't introduce myself earlier. I'm Sam Hershey in District 6. I apologize for that. About 70% of those living in Wake County do not have school-age children. What can be done to enhance interactions between the school system and the school board and the broader community of Wake County who do not have children in our schools?
So, they're all taxpayers, right? So we have to be good stewards of their money regardless of if they have students in the school system or not. And they can all be assets regardless. They all have their own expertise. We can create volunteer programs or mentorship programs. I think local businesses would be a great avenue to explore, to assist in schooling and create that engagement and have them care, so to speak. I think it really just comes down to community engagement and letting them know the ins and outs and how it can benefit them, because an effective school system also creates long-term and effective economy, and that really helps everybody, and driving that point home would be very helpful. Or also creating volunteers for events. I know the schools, they have a big need for volunteers, so if we can create that network. Also, the city of Raleigh works on a foster grandparent program, and I don't know how much everyone's familiar with it, but that is something in that vein would be great, where it has, in this case, it's grandparents that, of course, vetted and whatnot, or they don't necessarily have to be grandparents, but of a certain age. They come into the schools and they read books to the children. And that's a very popular program, to the point where there's a wait list. So if there's extended opportunities like that, because there is the need and then people want to help, that's why there is a wait list. So I think if we can create more opportunities like that for the public, that would help out a lot.
All right, well, Ms. Victor, we have time left over, so you have successfully answered all of the written questions. So if there's any of the questions that you've answered that you'd like to go back and revisit, or if there's other points that you'd like to make, anything from your statement of interest, the time is yours.
Okay. right. Well, again, thank you for having me here. It's been incredibly humbling and nerve-wracking. This is a very different experience from anything I've done before. But I really just want to say I might not be the obvious first choice. I'm not a great interviewer, but I am highly energetic. And any position I've ever taken on, I've done it to my best. And so now I'm fumbling even more. But anyway, so with that being said, I think I can represent District 4, bring it forward, and really own in on some community engagement. And my daughter's in school, and for selfish reasons, I want to be there with her as long as she's going to school to help and be part of making it better and improving an already great school system, I should say. And yeah, I have no interest in big politics and whatnot. I really just want to make sure that the students are taken care of. And yeah, with that, I really appreciate you guys. This is a really long day for you, so thank you for hearing me out.
Well, thank you. So we have a few more interviews left this afternoon, and then at the conclusion of the interviews, the board will discuss the candidates, deliberate, and then we will choose our next District 4 representative. So you will know something by the end of the night tonight.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Okay, board members, we are officially at our halfway point. So we do have a little bit of extended time before our next interview. Dr. Damian Lewis will join us at 4 p.m. So we will go into recess until then. Thank you very much. All right. All right, everyone. We will return from recess, and it is 4 o'clock, so it is time to welcome our next applicant for the District 4 vacancy. We have 3 more interviews scheduled. This will be Dr. Damian Lewis. All right. Good afternoon, Dr. Lewis. Welcome.
Thank you.
So we are hosting our District 4 candidate interviews. The mic is on and live. Feel free to adjust it how you need it, but just make sure it's close enough that everyone can hear you.
Okay. I
Good.
thank you all. There you go.
All right. Our procedure is that we have a list of pre-written questions, and you should have a list there at the table for you. So anything that we ask should also be on that sheet if you need to refer to it.
Okay.
Some of the questions are kind of long, so you might have to refer to remember what we said at the beginning of the question. And what we'll do is you'll have up to 45 minutes. You might find that your answers are so long we don't finish all the questions, and that's perfectly fine. Or it might be that you are succinct and on point and you finish up with lots of time. But if you do end and you do have more time, then feel free to use that time. You can give us a closing statement. You can elaborate on a previous question. Anything else that you want to do to leave us with as a final message before you conclude your interview. All right?
All right.
Okay. Well, great. Well, then, if that's the case, we will turn to Ms. Caulfield from District 1, who will begin our questioning. So welcome.
Hi.
Hey, how are
Thanks
you?
for coming today. Like you said, I'm Cheryl Caulfield, District 1. Our first question is, please describe how your professional and community service experience will guide you in representing District 4 and in your work on the Board of Education.
So thinking about my past professional and community experience, I can go back to just my experience as an educator. I started out as a teacher. I was a lateral entry teacher. I never wanted to teach. And I actually taught for my first 2 years before resigning from my job and getting a new job in communications, and it was going to be so exciting. I did it for 2 months before going back into teaching. And when I went back, I knew it was where I needed to be, but it was where I wanted to be, and that's when I say I became a teacher. Those experiences, starting out in Nash County and then later transferring here to Wake County, afforded me the ability to think about my impact on students, acknowledging that I was only in the spaces and places that I was in because I had a sound education. I wouldn't say it was perfect, though. I grew up in a Leandro district. I'm from Halifax County, and we know that even with the ongoing work trying to settle the Leandro case, just the impact of learners. And I recognized during my first year of college how much I did not know, how much I did not have. And so that was my goal as a teacher first, in making sure that students had what they needed, and then later still when I transferred to the State Department of Education, serving first as a consultant, then coming back here to Wake County where I served in central office. That has always been my aim. And I think the combination of those experiences in tandem with my own life experiences in recognizing the importance of education, and now, most recently, I became a parent. And so it has made me think about, when I think of District 4, these are the schools that my children will attend. The spaces where I led, someone will be leading them. And I want to make sure that there is someone at the table who is speaking to their best interest, but also the best interest of a community that is in a strong academically sound school district. However, we know that there are pockets where there's still more work that needs to be done, and to build upon those strengths that we currently have in place and to also approach those opportunities. And so when I think about my preparation, I would say it's been my educational experiences, both what I learned and gained as a learner, but then also what I've experienced as a practitioner and leader in the field.
I have a question too. I'm Tyler Swanson. I represent District 9. It says fulfilling the requirements may require more than 30 hours per week, many during the hours of 9 to 5. How will your current commitments and responsibilities allow you time for board meetings and responsibilities? Like, we love the word responsibilities.
You mean all the meetings aren't virtual? No, let me stop. No, but to be serious, I am afforded, currently, since I left the public sector, I work in a private company now, and the company that I work for, I am afforded the opportunity that we have a very flexible working arrangement, meaning being able to work outside of various hours, but then I also have unlimited PTO. So as long as I am able to complete my tasks as I have, that has been critical as a parent, but also now if I were to assume or be selected to take on these duties, I would have the flexibility to be able to do that. And also, I have a close-knit support system at home to make sure that things are still taken care of there in that regard also.
Thank you. Describe 2 or 3 specific priorities that you would advocate for in working to develop our upcoming budget.
When I think about the upcoming budget, part of this is from someone who sat in the seat of being someone who works in the district, but then also now just thinking about the current state. I know some of the things that were left on the table before or discussed. There's a strong emphasis around employee compensation and support for our employees. I think that is critical. I think that we cannot complete the charge that the superintendent has put forth for our students and the outcomes that we are expecting to receive, those that are noted within the strategic plan, without having a highly qualified, competent staff who feel supported and engaged in the work that they're doing. So I would like to commit to work to make sure that our employee compensation plan is as sound as it can be, but then also making sure when I say compensation, also thinking about support. I think often we talk about compensation in the sense that everyone would like to make more, but also thinking about what are those opportunities for professional development and growth that might allow someone to get the higher compensation by moving into a higher role or a leadership role, but making sure that they're adequately supported to do so. I would say that would be a priority, and then also continuing the work that the district has committed to around social and behavioral supports. I think that when you think about things that have come into the media and things that have come out in the news in school districts across the country, and especially here in Wake County, and namely in District 4, there have been incidents that have shocked the community. There have been incidents that have saddened the community, and I think that some of the things that principals, teachers, and leaders in the building are dealing with are born from a need for more support for social and behavioral supports. So in a sense, addressing those other needs that when we were growing up, a teacher might have just said, good teaching, making sure that a student is taken care of, making sure that their needs are being met when they're in the building. But I think our people need support with that. Some are doing a good job of it now, but this district has the resources and the requisite people in place. I think it's about aligning those to make sure that the schools and the students are getting what they need.
Great, thank you, Dr. Lewis. So for this next question, I'd like to ask, what strategies do you think the Board of Education could undertake to support effective teaching and academic growth, both for academically challenged students and academically gifted students? 2 parts.
Okay. When I think about the work of the school board, and especially when we talk about effective teaching and academic growth on both ends of the spectrum, thinking about those students who need opportunities for enrichment and higher engagement, but then also those students who need that support because they're not meeting the mark. It makes me really think simplistically, I go back to multi-tiered systems of support. I think about MTSS. I think about the work that we already have done as a district. I was afforded the opportunity to be here serving in central office, in the Office of Professional Learning during our previous path forward. And some of the things that we were able to do with MTSS, I know have shifted since then. Back then, we were doing a concerted effort to bring in school improvement teams who were coming in and getting professional development that they were taking out into the schools to build from there. And then that work kind of transitioned and has, I don't want to say fallen by the wayside, but it adjusted. And then the pandemic happened. And I think it's almost a going back to basis and founding in a new MTSS pathway forward. One of the things of note here when I think about the board's stance on this is making sure that the superintendent and then also those who are leading here at Central Services have the support they need to remove those barriers to make sure that they can implement MTSS with fidelity, but then also making sure they have the funding and the resources so that they can build up the capacity of those leading the work. Oftentimes when we think of MTSS, it oftentimes just thinks about those students who need intervention because they're not performing well. I think a concerted effort that could be spearheaded by the board and thinking about the different avenues for working with whether it's curriculum instruction here at the district, but then out with the principals at the respective schools, we can make sure that no student is left out. And when I think about my own district, one of the things I took a note of, like right now in District 4, there are 6 D schools, there are 3 C schools, 3 B schools, and 1 A school. And across that spectrum, one of the things that was unique was consistency. They had been consistent in those grades. And so that lets me know that there's opportunities for MTSS to support across all of those because we're not moving beyond that bar. We're staying steady. We're staying steady, but we're not moving forward. And when we think about our students at both ends, what does that tell parents? What does that tell families? It makes them look towards the next shiny thing that comes along and says, oh, we're going to produce these great results or our students are achieving here. So I think going back to basics with MTSS and what the board can do to support to make sure that that's well funded and supported will get us there.
All right, good afternoon. I'm Lindsay Mahaffey. I represent District 8. Wake County is quite diverse, economically, racially, and culturally. As a school board member, how do you envision your role in providing equitable opportunities and outcomes for all students?
This question makes me think about being a teacher at Knightdale High School. And prior to coming to Wake County, I taught in Nash County schools, and there was diverse, but not as diverse as Wake County, of course. And so being a black male teacher, I had a population of mostly black students, and I took great pride in being able to embed different parts of my own experiences into the teaching environment and into the curriculum. When I came to Wake County at Knightdale High School, I still had a good population or a large size of African American students, but then I also had a great population of other learners. And one of the things that happened through that experience was I had a student come up and tell me, Mr. Lewis, at the time, Mr. Lewis, you do a lot of black literature or African American literature, and it was a student of Hispanic origin, and they said, well, what about other cultures that are represented in the classroom? And I took that to heart. And so when I think about this question, I was able to make a change as a teacher by listening and responding in kind. And I think in order to make sure that we're meeting the needs of a diverse community, and I would say in District 4, that diversity is continuing to increase since I became a resident. When I taught at Knightdale High School, which I know is not in District 4, but within the general vicinity, the demographics have changed a lot there. And so I think the best thing that we can do as a school board is making sure that our ears are constantly near the ground, but that we're listening to the community. We're asking for things that they would like to see, but then also taking in requisite data to be able to make informed decisions about ensuring equity across the board. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. I'm Lynn Edmonds. I represent District 5, and I have question 6.
Okay.
Enrollment in Wake County schools is impacted by growth and by school choice. What are your thoughts about current and future assignment goals for Wake County Public Schools and the role of choice in school selection, and how we make Wake County Public Schools the most attractive option for families in District 4 and countywide?
I think our current process for school choice is one of the things that, as a former employee, but then now as a parent, I brag a lot about. Like, I do have friends and relatives that live in other areas, and they're constantly talking about that decision about whether or not they'll send their child to a charter school or a private school. And one of the things I joke about, I live in Wake County. We have good schools. We have great schools. I don't consider having to look for a private or a charter option. By that same token, though, I just noted the performance scores for schools in my district where my children would go to school. I think one of the things that we can continue to do as we think about ensuring that parents have the best choice is making sure that all schools have what they need, but then taking stock at those schools where we are seeing consistent performance, but we're not seeing them move beyond that. I think one of the things that impacts public education, and it certainly has begun to impact Wake County more and more over the years, has been the choice of charter, the choice of private, because it looks like my child will get more than what they will get from the district. My child will receive optimal services, where we know that if we look at the data, that's not always the case. And so I think it behooves us to make sure that when we start thinking about school assignment, we make sure that each choice is a great choice. Right now, we can't say that. If I were to look at District 4, I can't say that. And I think that's where the work goes, into making sure that all of our schools are getting what they need to move forward, so that when parents are making a decision, they're choosing from good and good, great and great. They're not saying, oh, I definitely don't want my child to go to this school. Where now, I would have to be honest, there are parents who would say that. There are parents who would fight to send their kids across the school, not because there's a better program that suits their needs, but because they feel that there are deficiencies in the schools that they have access to. So I think our work is to make sure that we remove as many of those deficiencies and support the school district in ensuring that those deficiencies are removed. Mm-hmm.
Welcome. I'm Wing Ing. I represent District 3. And this kind of goes along with this previous question. Magnet schools have been used as a tool for avoiding high concentration of poverty and in minority isolation. What is your position on magnet schools and other schools of choice, and what other approaches should the district explore?
Upon coming here to Wake County was when I became most familiar with the magnet concept. And working as an administrator here at Central Services, one of the things that was brought to my attention around the magnet programming was the understanding that across our magnet schools, the magnet themes and the programming that corresponded with it didn't always match up with what was going on in the school. Conversely, I saw that we had many schools that were excelling in their magnet programs, academically and then also being recognized. So holistically, I think magnet programs are an excellent way to make sure that we don't have those concentrations of certain types of students or certain groups based on socioeconomic status and or backgrounds, so on and so forth. However, I would also say that there's still work to be done with our magnet programs, and I know in Eastern Wake right now there's an effort to make sure that we're expanding and building upon the magnet programs in place. I would like to see work go there to strengthen those magnet schools so that we're continuing to build off the strengths of those schools that are already exhibiting it, but then also looking at those magnet schools where we're not seeing those strengths play out in the outcomes of learners. It's one thing to have the title, but it's another thing for a parent to know that my child is walking away with additional skills and knowledge because they participated in this magnet program, and not that I attended an award-winning magnet school, but I don't necessarily know that my child received anything different from what they would have received from another magnet school. Mm-hmm.
Good afternoon, Dr. Lewis. Thank you for being here today. I'm Sam Hirsch. I'm in District 6. Can you describe a situation in which you were required to carefully decide between two strongly conflicting viewpoints and the process by which you would come to a decision that balances the need and desires of your constituents with the needs of the school system?
So I've had the unfortunate experience of being in a place similar to what's described here in this scenario. When I initially joined the Department of Public Instruction as a consultant doing Race to the Top, I was assigned and I was afforded the ability to go back to the home district that I spoke about earlier. I was able to go back to Halifax County Schools. And within a week of being there at my assigned school, where I was charged with supporting the English teachers, primarily the English 2 teachers, one of the English 2 teachers resigned abruptly right there in the school day. And at this point in time, there was no other teacher. I knew that my role was to be there as a support, but I knew also that those students needed someone qualified, certified to lead instruction. However, I also understood that based on the charge from the Department of Public Instruction, I could not be the teacher of record. So that involved me collaborating and communicating first with my DPI personnel on the ground, my other team members, but then also with the Halifax County leadership and the principal at the school. And we were able to devise a plan wherein I would act in support, but there would be a requirement that there was always a certified teacher in the room and or a substitute. This would allow me to still provide services to those students who needed it in the classroom, but then also I could go around to the other classrooms as I was originally charged to do. I think about in situations such as that one, it's important that we first stop, we communicate with each other, and we really discuss and unpack the issues, and we call out the elephant in the room. We name those things, and then we find a way to come to consensus on what's going to make sure that we're able to have the desired impact or outcome that we're looking for. It's not always neat and clean, but I think that it's the conversation and the collaboration allows some give and take that allows us to weigh the lesser of two evils to make sure that the students are served first.
Back to me. Sorry, I was taking notes there. Number 9, what is your understanding of the difference between the role of the Board of Education and the role of the superintendent and staff?
Now, if I was answering this question when I worked here in the district, there were some interesting things that I would say. This is in policy? How did this get in policy? And who wrote that? And so, but I slowly learned that there is a strong balance between the two. I look at the role of the Board of Education and the role of the superintendent and staff as symbiotic in a manner, wherein the board does help establish policy, make sure that certain things are put in place or guardrails, so to speak, for the superintendent to go about and make sure that the work is being executed within those guardrails. I also see the board as being the body that can support the superintendent when there are barriers that the superintendent themselves can't move out of the way. Things where they need support or help when it comes to that balance between the district and the state. I think the board rests squarely in the middle for a district to make sure that not only are we aligning to the state's governing policy, but are we listening to the constituents in the district? Are we hearing from our community to make sure that what we're doing is aligning to what the state has put in place, to what the district is attempting to do, but then also is it meeting the needs of the stakeholders who are here, the taxpaying base who are sending their kids to come here to learn, to grow. And so I say that as a symbiotic relationship where there should be constant communication, collaboration, but there's a back and forth, a ebb and flow. But definitely, we know that the board establishes policy, and then again, I think about the superintendent and the staff as being executors of that and making sure that work is falling in alignment.
Dr. Lewis, I have the final question, question 10.
Okay.
About 70% of those living in Wake County do not have school-aged children. What can be done to enhance the interaction between the school system and school board, and the broader community of Wake County who do not have children in our schools?
Until about 2 years ago, I was in that 70%. And I think about, I would often have opinions or comments about things that were going on, but I felt removed. And so I think one of the things that could be a step forward in that is actively working to acquire input from those individuals. Oftentimes, you hear of surveys or things going out to families and to parents, but I haven't seen that just go out to the community at large. And when you think about those people that don't have school-aged children right now, doesn't mean that they won't ever be in that population. Also, these are some of your business owners and things who are relying on having a highly qualified, competent workforce coming out of the school system. It's what drives the economic base in our area. And also, we know that part of the reason why this is such a strong area is because we do have strong public schools. We do have a strong university system. So I think actively working to hear more from that group, soliciting their ideas, their knowledge, their input, just on ways and things that they could not only, things that they would like to see take place in the district, but then also requesting their support, asking them ways that they can partner with the district in different regards. And when I think specifically about District 4, thinking about those stronger partners in the area who haven't spoken up, who have not, in a sense, connected with their schools, and making sure that they become a presence in the area.
All right. Well, Dr. Lewis, you do have additional time remaining. So if there is any other points you'd like to elaborate on, any other question you'd like to go back to, or just any sort of personal closing statement you'd like to make, that time is yours.
I think as a closing statement, I would just like to note or reaffirm my aspirations for participation on this board. Again, is really thinking about my prior experiences, being a member of the district, part of its staff, its workforce, and now segueing into my role as a parent in the community, and thinking about what has been afforded to the constituents of District 4, to the greater district at large, but then also where are those areas of opportunity to make sure that Wake County stays on the forefront of public education, making sure that we continue to be a viable option for families, making sure that when it's time for my children to enter school, that I am confident that I don't have to move, I don't have to go to another part of the district, I don't have to look for a private school for some other reason, that I know that I am sending them to the best decision, to the best choice, and knowing that other parents are able to do that exact same thing. I would also note that I don't have prior experience in this realm of that nature. I have to be honest about that. But what I do have is a wealth of experience born from first being a teacher, but then later spending time at the State Department of Education, where I worked in multiple districts across the country, and then even now in my current role, where I work with school districts all over, multiple states, all over the country, more than 25,000 schools that we have access to, that been able to go in and see things that are working, things that are not, hearing from educators, hearing from leaders. I would like to be able to bring that to this board and to learn to listen to those in the community to make sure that their needs are being met. I think my biggest job would be, that I want to affirm, is being a listener and then being able to relay that information back to the board and then coming up with a response based on data. And so, again, all of that is born from knowing how powerful education has been in my life, despite coming from a district where there were many pitfalls and there were many things that weren't done in a sound manner for students in my district, and they're continuing to have challenges to this very day. And seeing a district such as Wake, where, again, the resources are here, the expertise is here, the knowledge is here. I think we have to bring more of those voices from the communities and meet in the middle and make sure that we're executing for students, and I want to be a part of that.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Lewis.
Thank you. Oh, I'll leave it there.
Just for your own, you probably already know this, but just to make sure we put it out, we're concluding our interviews today.
Okay.
And then the board will deliberate, review all of the candidate interviews, and we will make our selection tonight. So you will know the fate of this decision before the end of the night tonight. So thank you again for coming.
All right. Thank you all.
All right, so it should come as no surprise, as this is the 5th time I've announced it today. We will now go into recess until our next interview candidate, who will be Robert Morales at 5 p.m. We stand in recess.
the bond.
All right, everyone, we will return from recess. Thank you very much. We are now scheduled to interview our 5 o'clock candidate, Robert Morales. However, we have received notice, and you all have a copy of the notice from our 6 o'clock candidate, Dr. Michael T. Williams. Mr. Williams emailed us at 1:56 p.m. to write, "Please be advised, at this time I am withdrawing my candidacy for the District 4 school board position. I wish you the best in your search. Make it a great day." So what that means is that after the interview of Mr. Morales concludes, we'll just go immediately into our action item, the discussion and selection of, the discussion of the candidates and the selection of the District 4 replacement for Ms. Waters. All right? Does anyone have any questions? All right. If not, then we will invite in Mr. Morales. I think I do. Mhm. Yeah. Oh, I thought she finished the last one. Oh, okay, then, yeah. Mhm.
Oh, exactly, I'm like, tell me what to do.
All right, good afternoon, or I guess since it's 5 o'clock, good evening, Mr. Morales.
Good evening. How are you? Buenas tardes.
We are doing great. So, first of all, thank you. Welcome. We appreciate your interest in applying for the District 4 vacancy. You have the members, the remaining members of the Wake County Board of Education up here. And what we'll do is we have prepared some questions. You should have a copy of them there at the table. And we just want to make sure that everyone gets the same questions, all the candidates. So we'll just take turns, go through, read the questions off to you, answer the questions as best that you can. You'll have about 45 minutes total. So if we don't get all the questions, that's perfectly fine. It's
awesome.
Not a race. And if you do end early and have additional time and you'd like to make a closing statement, go back to any other question, elaborate on it, or just any other final closing statements, that'll be your time. All right?
Let's go.
Excellent. So in that case, I will turn it over to our Vice Chair, Ms. Johnson-Hostler. Thank you.
Welcome, thank you. I have question 1, and the questions are in front of you just in case. Please describe how your professional and community service experience will guide you in representing District 4 and in your work on the Board of Education.
This is a very good question because it involves the processes of professional and community engagement. During my work, not only here in Raleigh, but at the same time in Durham and the U.S. territory of Puerto Rico, I have the opportunity to get involved with different people, different background, different culture. Not only Hispanic in Puerto Rico, but at the same time, people who identify as a black, brown, or Asian, Hispanic, white. But right now here in America, I just crossed the ocean recently, almost 3 years ago, and I'm very happy to be here. I've been continuing my work, my involvement with the same community, the same types of people, that I get the opportunity to know in Puerto Rico now are here in our county, same with Durham. And the difference is that they are now speaking in English, not in Spanish, like I used to be more involved with the people of Puerto Rico. I think that my experience working with diverse people, cultural background, different set of mind, it's going to help me to be here among all of you, especially because I think that right now people are trying to elect or recruit or appoint people who look like them. And that's something that motivates me every day to continue be here. And I think that my experience, not only professional, but at the same time, my volunteer experience is something that it can help me to be here and representing the community.
All right, thank you. I'll have the next question. I'm Chris Haggerty. I represent District 7. So fulfilling the requirements of this job, this public service, could require 30 or more hours a week for your, and that's not just after hours, that's between 9 and 5, 9 a.m., 5 p.m. So how do your current responsibilities and job commitments or family commitments, other issues, how would those commitments and responsibilities allow you the time for the board meetings and your community responsibilities?
I remember back when I was on Puerto Rico, when I was serving into the governor's cabinet, I was the younger person to serve there. And I remember a call that I have with the chief of staff of the governor. He said, hey, this is a confidence position. It's not a traditional 40 hours. How you going to be here with us, with your family, and in school? At that time, I was studying political science at the Inter-American University of Puerto Rico. And the first thing that I do is just to identify priorities. And my first priority at that time was serving the people. Right now, I've been doing this for 10 years, prioritizing people, agendas over mine. I think that the best way to manage not only my personal life, but at the same time, work, family, and get involved with the people, is to set priority. And this is something that has been helped me a lot. Right now, I am currently working for the city of Raleigh, managing different grants related to the human services. And I have the opportunity that my managers provide us, and the city of Raleigh provides their employees flexibility into their schedule. So I have the opportunity to have conversation with my manager, prioritize my schedule, and continue working. For example, I work from 7:30 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. Not a common work, because I don't want to end working at 5 p.m. like a traditional work. I believe that we are right now in a modern world, because we need to get an advantage of what's happening in 2020 with the COVID. Everybody get remote, everybody's work from home, and I think that most of people look that, hey, that was very bad, that was terrible for our situation, but the working class take advantage to of those situations, because employee provide them trust, and when you have your employer trust, I think it can help you to schedule the way you're going to be working, the way you're going to be having time with my family, in this case with my partner, with our 2 dogs, and spending time in North Carolina and outside North Carolina, and at the same time providing volunteerism services to the community. I think that the best way that we can handle a position like this is to giving priorities to what people are looking for and having trust and having the confidence of your employer, which is the thing that I have right now, and I enjoy of that.
Good evening.
Hi.
Buenas tardes.
Buenas tardes.
I'm Lindsay Mahaffey. I represent District 8, and I have the next question. If you could describe 2 or 3 specific priorities that you would advocate for in working to develop our upcoming budget.
When I was in Puerto Rico, I was one of the, I was member of the special program from elementary to my last day in 12th grade in Puerto Rico in high school. I think that right now there is a lot of people talking about different situation, having conversation of, hey, I need my kids here, hey, I want my kids here, hey, I need you to prioritize this. But I haven't heard much about the special needs, the students who are member of the special program for education. I think that the first thing we need to do when we are working with budget, it's first having a financial data. What we have right now, what resources we want to request from commissioner, what we want to do, how we want to use it. Second, I think that we need to assess our needs. What are our needs right now? What are parents' needs right now? And then asking for those resources to get into our school. Not only here into the board or in the hands of the superintendent, but at the same time in every school. I think that my 3 specific priorities is to invest in special programs, because every kid, and I graduated over 9 years ago from high school, so I think I am the most closest from the applicants from high school, so I know what is that. I think that we need to prioritize the special education needs. Second, community engagement. I think there is a lot of people around that want to help and get involved with the school, get involved with us, get involved with parents, even people like me who are not parents yet, but want to create a better future for not only my generation or the generation from my great-grandparents or my parents, but for the generation that is coming, the alpha, then the betas. So I think that those 3 priorities needs to be reconsidering when we are accessing those needs and taking a look at our needs that we have right now. Again, special education, community involvement, and the 3 that I want to mention now, it's the bring more resources to teachers and parents.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
I'm Lynn Edmonds. I represent District 5, and I have question 4. What strategies can the Board of Education undertake to support effective teaching and academic growth, including growth for academically challenged and academically gifted students?
One of my recent experience when I was working on the island and now coming here, and this is something that I not recently discovered, but I saw amongst a lot of students, and it's that college is not for everyone. I think that to this board support academic growth, it's to at the same time start working and providing services like soft skill development for student, technical skill development for student. We need to see our kids differently. Not all of them are the same. All of them are different. All of them have their own needs. All of them, especially the ones who are in high school, has their own inspiration for the future. Some of them want to go to college and have a traditional career or a common career or simple a career. Others just wanted to take a break, rest from 12 years to 13 years in home. But I think that those students who are in high school right now, we need to prepare them with vocational trainings that can provide them and help them to develop new skills. At the same time, with the soft skill, I think we have a lot of great students who are great in communications, who are great writing, who are great helping the people, providing volunteer services. I think that if we start developing those skills and providing school with those resources, I think we can achieve a very excellent academic growth in the future. And I think that if we start that here in Wake County, I know by experience that a lot of others county are going to follow our leads, and we're going to continue making a difference here.
All right. Good evening.
Good evening.
Hi, Wing Ing, representing District 3. And my question is that Wake County is quite diverse economically, racially, and culturally. As a school board member, how do you envision your role in providing equitable opportunities and outcomes for all students?
This is something that it's very close to my heart, especially coming from a underserved or underrepresented community in Puerto Rico, in a disadvantaged community in Puerto Rico. I grew up very poor. The first time I learned to read and write was in 6th grade. When I was in 6th grade, a lot of people that was around me, they say, hey, he's not going to accomplish anything in the future. He even can't learn or write or read. And I remember a conversation that I have with my math teacher, Veronica Amador, and she said, hey, it doesn't matter if you don't have right now or your family doesn't provide you with the resources to achieve your future goals of what you want to accomplish in the future. It doesn't matter if your parents are not all the time with you. You spend a lot of time with us here, and the way you want to thrive from the economic diversity or diverse background that you have right now, it's to starting from the heart. And I remember that conversation that day with Veronica Amador. I'm still in conversation with her. And that day, everything changed, honestly. I think that having experienced that from the first hands, it's something that people are looking right now. We can't have somebody here who doesn't really represent the community or who don't represent the majority of the people. All of you are elected because you represent the people right now, because the people trust in you. This vacancy right now, people doesn't know me. People don't know who I am. That's why we are having this conversation right now. And as a school board member, I think that the role in providing equitable opportunity and outcome for all students is to get students to look at us as a model. Not only their teacher, but at the same time the decision making. A lot of students always have conversation with their parents, have conversation with their teachers, have conversation with their mentors. But I think that there is a lot of students with leadership skills that are looking what we are doing right now. And I think that we need to lead by example. If we start doing things that are better for students, I think that as a board member, we can achieve different accomplishments, especially if we work together for our parents, for our kids, parents, and teacher, and school staff.
Good evening, Mr. Morales. Thank you for being here today. My name is Sam Hirsch. I represent District 6. Enrollment in Wake County schools is impacted by growth and by school choice. What are your thoughts about current and future assignment goals for Wake County Public Schools and the role of choice in school selection? And how can we make Wake County Public Schools the most attractive options for families both in District 6 and countywide?
I think I have multiple questions here.
You do indeed. Yes, you do.
So I want to start by the end. How can we make Wake County Public School most attractive option for families in District 4 and countywide? I think that the best way we can do this is implementing new ideas, new initiative, starting working with vocational programs, starting implementing school soft skills, having conversation with our staff, recruiting people who are willing to teach our students technical skill. Not only prepare them just for, hey, after you finish this, which college do you want to go? When you graduate, when you want? No. None of them want to go to college. I think I've been hearing this from years, and I know that all of you have been hearing this for years, that the same thing, starting school, then go to college, then start a career. Why we can skip one step and go to school, be ready, be prepared in high school, and then start a career and start making money for our family. There's a lot of people, I know from the first hand, because I'm coming from a family with who doesn't have resources for us. And my mom always said, I wish that you can work to help me with this, but you need to go to college. And that time I went to college, but my dad is a different story. My dad, he finished high school, and then he's starting a vocational training. Right now, he's been spending 25 years of services working in technology right now, because then later, I don't remember how many years, but he went to college. Not right away when he finished high school, later. And right now, he's a professional. He provides me. He cares about me. And he's what we call a professional with a degree. I think that that's the thing that's going to make this county different. If we start providing those students who don't want to go to college with resources to, hey, now finish school, start making money, start working, start helping your family. Enrollment in Wake County. Wake County is growing so fast, and you can notice first because of my accent. You can notice here right now. But this county is growing. We are receiving a lot of people from around the world, but most important, from different states. People who are coming from states that are close to us, people who are coming from far state looking for opportunities or different opportunities for their kids. I think that my thoughts are that the future assignment for that is to changing the way that we are working right now. But this is step by step. First is educating the people. And we don't need to work again with the wheel. No, the wheel is there right now. There is a lot of state, a lot of county right now doing a great job with their school. I think if we start doing research, what is these states doing, what people are doing in Florida, what people are doing in Texas, what they are doing, we can implement those initiatives here. People with different background from different state can say, hey, that is something that looks like what we used to do when I was in Florida. That is something that we used to do when I was in Texas. That is something that we used to do when we were in Oregon, for example, implementing ideas from across. Because the main thing is for enrollment, for this ball, for our goals in the future, it's to work together as a nation. No word that, no, this is North Carolina, this, no, work together, looking idea, what's going on, what's happening right now around the different state. Here, we have 15 states. We just need to do our research. Google, have something to do the research, what's happening there, and then we can implement those things. And that is something that is going to help us here with the to have a most attractive school system here right now. I'm not saying that we don't have it, because every county is unique. Every county have their own needs. I'm just saying that we can work together and implement different good ideas that are happening around different states.
I'm up. Okay. I'm Cheryl Caulfield, District 1. The seventh question that we have is, magnet schools have been used as a tool for avoiding high concentrations of poverty and minority isolation. What is your position on the magnet schools, other schools of choice, and what other approaches should the district explore?
I graduate from a specialized school or magnet school. It's a bilingual school specialized in science and mathematics. And the first step, I remember my dad saying, hey, Robert, I want you to go to Papa Juan 23. That's one of the best school in the town where I grew up. I want you to be there. And I was, hey, but I just learned to read and write recently in 6th grade. So he wanted me to go to that specialized school. And I was like, how can I do it? And he said, you have very good teacher. You're recently very involved with the community. You have the heart to do it. Let's apply. My thought is that right now, what was implementing back there is a merit-based system. They assessed students how they're going to be, or they first of all, they request admission, then they have a test for that student. I think magnet school are great. I don't think that advancing children from, for example, I know that all parents love their kids. We love our kids. That's our future. And all kids have capacity to do everything they want to accomplish in the future. But the reality is that we can't advance student to put student because, whoa, I want my kids to be very, 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 very smart in math and science. I'm going to put it in magnet school. No. Maybe your kids want to arts. Maybe your kids want dance. Maybe your kids want to do something different. I think that magnet school needs to start working with a merit base, scoring that student. Teachers, the first day before that kid go to that school, have a conversation with the staff. Are you really like math? Are you really like science? Do you like English? Do you like what we are doing right here? And not only with kids, at the same time with parents. Parents, I think it will be very good if they go to that school, explore the curriculum, and that's what I think about Magnet School. They are great school. School choices, I believe in school choices. I believe that parents are the right decision making of their kids, of their yours. I think that school choices is a very good option for everybody. If I want my kid to go to this school, hey, let's apply there. Let me enroll my kid there. I think that's a something that it's been working from years, not only now, but from years. That's what I think. I think that parents are the first authority, then the school. That's what I think about what is in place right now and how it can look in the future. Not to change, because we don't need to change something. We can fix. There's a lot of people talking about let's change, but when we're going to start about let's fix, and let's fix this situation. Isn't working? No, it's not working. Okay, let's fix it. Let's do it in a different way. That's what I think.
Thank you so much for that response. I have the next question, which is question 8. I'm Tyler Swanson. I represent District 9. Can you describe a situation in which you were required to carefully decide between two strongly conflicting viewpoints, and the process by which you would come to a decision that balances the needs and the desires of your constituents with the school system as a whole?
I remember recently that I have a conversation with one of my supervisor. She was thinking something that was right, and I was like, hey, I think this is the right way, or not the right way. I think this is the most common way to do it. And everything began because of change. When she was trying to implement a change in a rough way, it's not gonna work. So I was trying to, hey, I think the best idea is to educate our people, listening, getting their feedback, because it's very important that people serving all boards, any boards around the United States, especially here in North Carolina and in Wake County, hear what their people are saying. That's why I've been watching a lot of different meetings that are happening right now. And in my dream world, I think that we need more parents, more people that came here saying, hey, board, thank you. Not only bringing him problems, bringing here, thank you. Hey, this is working, but that needs to start here first with the decision making, hearing parents, what they want for their children, what they want for the future. And then we're going to start hearing, hey, thank you so much for what you are doing, Swanson. Hey, Mrs. Johnson, thank you so much. Hey, thank you so much. I think that begin fixing. Hearing more our people, starting having survey, town hall, conversation, not in Zoom, but in person. Knocking doors. Hey, Mrs. Smith, how are you? Hey, I'm here and your school board member. What do you think is happening right now? And the people is going to tell you, hey, this is happening right now. What do you think? Give me your feedback. And we're going to collect feedback from everybody. Hey, this is what's going to happen. This is happening. We create a database. And with that database, we bring it in here and we have a conversation with all members. Because I believe that I know that we can have our differences. I know we can think different way, but at the end of the day, we are talking about Americans. How we want them to help us. How we want to accomplish our future for them. That situation that I have with my manager, it was a very complicated situation because it was the person who is here and the person who is here right now. How I manage that? Having a consensus. Because I believe that if we can be here, let's then be here. And how we accomplish that and how we get here at the same level with conversation, talking like real people, not screaming, not going so louder, no, hey, no. I believe in conversations, talking. We are here want the best for our children. We are here want the best for our future. That's why we need to lead by example, talking and having a consensus.
Thank you. I have the next question. What is your understanding of the difference between the role of the Board of Education and the role of the superintendent and staff?
My experience is very similar. I used to work for the Durham City Manager's Office. I used to collaborate with council members and with the manager. And this is something that people around mentioning all the time. The superintendent, or the city manager in that case, work for the board or the council. And the council, or the board in this case, represent and work for the people. The role is simple. The people are the one who vote for all of you, and they send you here, and then you start looking at national research to hire the best people who can implement the policies that we want to try to implement because or by the order of the people. That's the difference between our board and our superintendent. Board with the people, superintendent with staff, administrative, school, teacher. But the board is the board is the heart. Is the one who connect with the brain, which the brain is the people.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Morales. So this is our last question. About 70% of those living in Wake County do not have school-aged children. So what can be done to enhance interactions between the school system and the school board, and then the broader community of Wake County who do not have children in the schools?
I think that the best interaction begin with an intention. Every time I have a conversation with someone, it's because he want to know more about me, he want to know more about my experience. It's the same with the people. I think that the best way to enhance interaction between this board and the people, it's having more conversation with the people, one-on-one with the residents, town hall, maybe a Zoom call, maybe a phone call, maybe an email, maybe an interaction, and at the same time having interaction with our nonprofit organizations around. because our nonprofits organizations around knows about our community needs. I think that if we have, or if we create partnerships between nonprofits organizations and between this board, it's going to be very, very, very good for everyone, not only for the resident who doesn't have children, but at the same time, our center who are our parents and kids. Right now, I don't have kids. I am planning to. I believe in having kids by myself. I believe in adoption too. And that's why I am planning for the future. I'm getting prepared for what it's look like being a parent. If you don't have a children, if you don't have a kid, if you don't have a son or a daughter, sometimes you are not going to know what is being here and talking with our board members about the needs that we have. I think that that's the best way we can achieve our goals together.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Morales. That is the end of our prepared questions. You do have just a couple of minutes left if you would like to make a brief closing statement or go back to any other question. And when you have just 1 minute left, I'll hold up one finger. Give you a little warning.
Thank you, gracias. Dear members, and I'm not reading nothing. I'm very concerned about different situations that are around. I think that we need to start having more conversation with the people, even with the people who doesn't agree with all at all. I think that we need to get a consent with the people. In this role, right now that we have right here, there is a lot of people that are going to come here and make promises. Oh, we need to fix it, we need to do this, we need to change it, we need to say 9 months is not much time to accomplish a lot of changes, fixes. This is to give continuity to the work that it has been done, or to bring a new voice that represent the people. I think that the person who are going to be there, and this is something that I can guarantee all of you, is not going to change nothing. 9 months, no. If that person want to run again, that person. Right now, for me, Robert Morales, I don't have any expectation to run if I get the seat. I think that that seat needs to be picked by the people in the future. I think that the person who sit there needs to continue with the agenda of the people who vote for the previous person who was there. And having conversation with the person, with the people who vote for that person, and even with the people who don't vote for that person. Honestly, we can't make promises right now. It's just to continue the work, continue making an excellence here, and not saying that I'm going to run again, because that's something personal. And you are here representing the people. You are not here representing your personal goals, your personal achievement. We are here because some of us are leaders, some of us are followers. Not everyone is a leader, not everyone is a follower. And right now, this board is a follower of the people. And the people who vote for the person who was there, maybe they feel very happy that that person right now is pursuing a new role or a new leadership position with our county, but they want continuity because they vote for that position. So I think that my 2 cents, honestly, it's that the person who you're going to sit there, it needs to be a person who give continuity and bring a new voice for the people. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Morales. We've enjoyed your presentation. The board will continue after this. We've completed our interviews. We'll discuss and debate our candidates, and we'll have a decision for you tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Bye. Shake some hands. Thank you. Good night.
So, board members, as a reminder, our last applicant has withdrawn, so we can now move into the action item on our agenda, which is the board vacancy appointment. And what I'd like to do is just turn to Mr. Malone briefly. If you want to give us any guidance or restrictions on this process.
No, it's a very open process, obviously. All of the discussions occur in open session. How you go about narrowing the list is really kind of up to the board to decide how you want to proceed. You will, though, need 5 votes for one of the candidates at some point. But other than that, I mean, you're kind of free to go about trying to decide how to best narrow these as you see fit.
Okay, thank you. And we do have ballots, paper ballots?
Yes, I have ballots here for you, yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Malone. And so, you know, some of us have been through this process before, and so we've been guided by our past procedures. This is the first time in a while, I think, that we've had this many candidates all appear on the ballot. And so to move from 7 to 5, you know, might take more than one ballot. So what I propose is, let's see if we can't get through, say, 2 rounds of balloting, see if we can find a candidate that will get us to 5 votes, and then if we don't, then maybe we open it up to, for example, eliminate the candidates that receive the lowest number of votes each time until, you know, we can bring it down to maybe just between the top 2 candidates. Does that sound fair, or I'm open to other options as well?
That sounds fair to me.
Okay, well, great. Well, Mr. Malone appears to be handing out the ballots. And at this point, you know, you have reviewed the materials we have that were submitted. We have the statement of interests from the candidates that you've all read. We have our verification of domicile to ensure eligibility, and those have been vetted by our attorneys. We have letters of reference for most of the candidates submitted 3. Not every candidate did. And like I said, those statements of interest. So at this point, you know, we can open it up for any questions or discussions board members have. If anyone would like to say anything or ask anything before we vote. Ms. Edmonds.
I just want to state publicly, I know people are watching, I want to thank all of the candidates that, you know, put themselves forward. For everybody that came here today, this is a very awkward process in that it is streamed live. It's a public meeting. That's not typical of most interviews, whatever the field. So I just want to thank our candidates for putting themselves out there and for their time today.
Thank you, Ms. Edmonds. Any other statements or any other questions? Ms. Caulfield.
I kind of echo what Ms. Edmonds had to say. I know that's very difficult, and as we heard time and time again today, this room happens to be very intimidating, and they know that they have the camera on. So I just wanted to say that I'm really surprised that we had so much interest, pleasantly surprised. And it just shows me that there are a lot more people that are paying attention, and I do appreciate how much passion you saw from their answers and from what everybody had to bring to the table. So I appreciate it, everything that they came, and everybody had a lot of really good, heartfelt answers and came from different places. So I think if anything, or only gets to pick one person, but I still think that we learned something from each one of them.
Thank you, and I would concur with that. I think it was clear that of the 6 candidates that we had, all of them had a genuine interest in our students, a genuine interest in public service in this role, and I appreciate all of them going through this process and putting their names out there, because as we said, this can be an intimidating process. Are there any other questions or any other thoughts at this time? Okay, what I did want to add this, which is I really was inspired by some candidates, and I was blown away by some responses. I think we have some great professional resumes. One of the things that I did earlier today is that I actually visited a number of District 4 schools. And, talking to staff and leaders there, I was curious, so what do you think would make for, what qualities could we look for in a board member that would do the most for you in your role in supporting District 4? And I will tell you that I think the answers that I got may have changed some of my preferences on here. Ultimately, the best advice I think I got was that they weren't so much looking for someone who had all of the answers or maybe, the most knowledge, but rather they said what they hear from their parents, the students and their families, was that they wanted someone who would be engaged, someone who would listen, and someone who would make those families and parents felt seen. And so I take that to heart as we look to cast our votes. So if there is no other discussion, I see some people are ready to hand them in. Go ahead and take a minute to vote if you have not, and then we will pass them down to Mr. Malone, and he will give our
You want me to tally them first and then announce the tally?
If you could tally them and then announce it,
Okay.
otherwise we're all going to be sitting here doing our own
Okay.
hash marks. Yes, sir, Dr. Ng.
While he's counting, I agree. I was very inspired by a lot of the comments that were spoken today, and also just the varied, and we talk about diversity. I mean, there was a very diverse group of candidates, and so I really feel like very representative of District 4, so I commend the people who came out to, try to represent that district. So thank you.
Thank you.
Make sure I counted correctly, 8. Okay. So Tammy Martin received 4 votes, Damian Lewis received 2 votes, and Toshiba Rice received 2 votes.
All right, so we did not have a winner on our first ballot. So I will open it up if anyone has any comments or questions or wishes to lobby any of their other board members for votes. Mr. Swanson?
Mr. Chair, is there a possibility that we could begin eliminating those that did not receive any votes and kind of narrowing it down that way?
I'll throw that open to the board for their preference. We certainly can. Of the 6 candidates, we did have 3 that received votes. So at this point, would you propose limiting the next ballot to the 3 that received the votes?
Sure.
All right. Looking around the table, looks like general consensus. All right, so we won't modify the ballot, but just everyone is clear that the remaining eligible candidates will be those top vote getters, Tammy Martin, Toshiba Rice, and Dr. Damian Lewis. Well, again, we can have conversation about like why you might like one over another. Do remember, though, that even if we're removing candidates that receive the fewest number of votes, we have to get to 5. So we can't just eliminate 2 and then the 2 that got the 2 and then have a winner with 4. We do have to get to 5. Okay? Okay.
Otherwise, we could all put the same thing again.
Or someone changes, but then someone else changes and they offset. So I'll open it up for anyone who has any comments or... Oh, go ahead, Dr. Ng.
It just, the first candidate, Tammy Martin, she spoke to me in some certain ways, which, never really dawned on me, she said that policy making is life-changing, and I never thought of it that way, I thought policy, it's kind of dry, but, like she said, policy making is life-changing, and so that kind of spoke to me in a way that's like, wow, what we do here actually does have a major impact on people. And then what she said about magnet schools, that they stabilized the inner city and they saved Raleigh, which is, I wasn't here back then when it all happened, when then magnet schools were formed, but it certainly, I can see that certainly helped revitalize the city of Raleigh. So.
Thank you, Dr. Ng. Ms. Caulfield?
I agree. That was actually something that I thought was very powerful, her words there. She kind of hit a lot of things that we talk about all the time, and I just felt that it was very genuine, but more because she understood it and lived it. From being somebody who was born and raised here and watched the community grow, having her daughter go through that experience and what that actually meant to her. One of the things I did like that she said was that education was the great connector, I think is how she put it, and it just really kind of pointed out how you could bring the communities together. She actually said a lot of things that I really, like the budget, I felt like she was dead on with everything that we talk about and we're concerned about. And I just felt like her answers really kind of showed that she understood not only what the families and our students need, but what we do here at the board, and her experience can help add to that, what we have at the table. So I could go on, but I just felt that she was definitely somebody who really understood every nook and cranny, and it just kind of, I felt she would be great.
Great, thank you. Any other board comments before we begin our next round? Ms. Edmonds?
Thank you. The ballots are public. I voted and will vote again for Toshiba Rice. She has a proven track record in this district. She's been a leader in the district. As she mentioned, she was the chair of the BAC in District 1 a while ago under, and I'll just say, Ms. Rice, I believe, is a registered Democrat, and she was a leader under Republican board member Chris Malone, and that was a very positive relationship, both between the two of them and also for that community. And I think she has, she also went through Wake County Public Schools, so that is not different from Ms. Martin. And I think any of the 3 finalists that we've narrowed it down to would do an excellent job representing District 4. But I am going to continue to support Ms. Rice, and I hope that enough of us will join me in that, and we will elect her to the District 4 seat. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Edmonds. Any other board comments or thoughts? Oh, Ms. Mahaffey.
I appreciated all of these folks that stepped up, and I agree with Ms. Edmonds. Any of our 3 finalists would do an excellent job. I put my vote down for Dr. Lewis. I appreciated his perspective as an educator, not just in Wake County, but outside of Wake County, and bringing different lenses, especially when we're talking about student achievement and educational disparities. I liked what he had to say about our schools have been consistent, but we need to push them further. And I appreciated his lens as, an incoming parent to our district. And I think being welcoming to those folks that are not yet a part of our district, but plan on having children in the Wake County public school system is a very important lens for this board.
Thank you, Ms. Mahaffey. And I echo that because we've seen the benefit of having parents on our boards. But the difference between an incoming parent, I think, is very important too. I'll echo what the continued sentiment. I think any of these 3 finalists would be fantastic additions to our board, and I would have full confidence in them. I did view them very differently in terms of some of maybe the strengths or priorities that they brought. I really appreciated Ms. Martin's sense of history and of the district and some of the things that make Wake County really unique. I was just blown away by Dr. Lewis's answers. He was able to speak confidently and powerfully on every question that we posed to him. He had amazing direct answers. I think it's been a while since we've had the perspective of an administrator on the board. We've seen in the past where that's been very valuable to us, just even in District 7 with our former member, Ms. Hartenstein. Again, more educators on the board. I think he brings a lot of strengths. And then Ms. Rice. Ms. Rice has an equally impressive resume. I thought it was interesting that rather than coming at it from the space of an educator, that she was coming at it from the space of an involved and active parent, both with the points that Ms. Edmonds had raised, the involvement in the BAC, but also her PTA experience, her time in the schools working with student mental health. I loved all of her answers to all of the questions, and I think she in particular brings, I thought she had a particularly strong emphasis on community engagement, which I think is really consistent with our strategic plan. And don't get me wrong, I believe all 3 of these candidates would be engaged and have done work in this area, demonstrated work, but I really do like how she had prioritized that. It was a very difficult decision for me, and then seeing how the rest of you voted, it also continues to make it difficult because I think you all have very good reasons for the candidates that you voted for. All right. If there are no other questions, and if no one can help me make a different decision, then we will pass out the ballots and see if the balloting changes.
Extra 45.
Right.
Kidding.
Now, if what happens is we've changed our votes and they offset.
Oh, I did.
Yeah. You know, while Mr. Malone is tallying the votes, I will say, I think rather than if, you know, we were just making these decisions as just Wake County citizens, I think your board service really gives you sort of a unique insight into what's required of board members, the commitments and where the skill sets lie. And I know that for me, that was very valuable in trying to determine, I think, maybe some of the direction and representation. So, and Mr. Malone, please, we do have a ballot outstanding. Okay. So don't call the election early. You're not California. Okay.
I can still count to 8.
Dewey defeats Truman.
I can tell you that we're not going to have a winner, though. So the votes have changed this round. Tammy Martin has 3 votes. Dr. Lewis has 2 votes. And Toshiba Rice has 3 votes.
All right, so then, based on Mr. Tyler's recommendation to
There are only 8
eliminate,
of you. Yes.
yeah. 3, 3, and 2.
Right. I don't, I don't vote.
So based upon what we talked about, where we would have, after 2 rounds of voting, and then we went ahead for this one, where we would eliminate the low ballot, unless anyone wants to rescind that, then what we would do is we have 2 candidates tied for the top number of votes, and only 1 candidate with the lowest number of votes, which would be Dr. Lewis. So then, by that rule, we would eliminate Dr. Lewis, and then we would have to vote between the top 2 vote, remaining, the new top 2 vote getters, which would be Ms. Martin and Ms. Rice. I want to put it out there because I don't want to railroad anybody.
I'm sad, but I'll trust the process. I said I'm sad, but I'll trust the process.
I mean,
Oh, go ahead.
sorry. I do think, I mean, everything has been said, I agree. I do believe that any of the 2 finalists or 3 finalists will be extremely strong, and I think having that educator perspective on the board was key. I'm sorry. Thank you. Sorry, Chief Luton was trying to get me to speak into the mic. I didn't realize it wasn't there. But I do believe that that perspective as having a classroom teacher administrator on the board would be very insightful. I did change my vote the second round due to that. I mean, it's public record. They'll see it. So just because I thought it was very insightful, having that voice and having another teacher on this board would have been great. But again, I will trust the process. I think, again, we had some really great candidates, and I also trust my colleagues to make the great decision as well.
There are no bad choices here.
Mr. Hershey. Oh, I'm sorry, Vice Chair Johnson Hosley.
I was just going to say, I mean, I'm like Mr. Swanson, I certainly changed my vote, and I said this to Chair Haggerty, largely because of the way you articulated the distinction. I don't think we could go wrong, but after you made the distinction of one very much so seasoned in a historical perspective, and then I recognize, for me personally, I switched my vote because I'm like, I'm now that person. I'm not a parent anymore, and I absolutely value additionally having parents on the board. I mean, I spoke for my entire 10 years as a parent on the board, and now that's clearly not the case. So I did switch my vote because I'm like, oh, yes, I do want to replace the things that I don't have anymore. And I do also, and several candidates said this, my level of community engagement drastically changed when I came on this board. I mean, I don't serve in as many volunteer capacities as I did, so you articulated that, and it reminded me I don't serve those 2 roles as much as I did when I came on this board 10 years ago. I'm not a parent. I clearly am not as active in the community anymore because much of my time is spent here. So I mean, again, I don't think we could have any bad choices. I do think the hard part is, for me, is filling which role based on the current makeup of this board is essentially how I changed my vote.
And I'll just say, you know, for me, I think all of us, but I mean, we take a lot of, I think we sense the weight of our responsibility here. And this is not just picking the board member who you think is necessarily the best or who you would like, or maybe for your own district, but we're trying our best to make this decision for District 4 and the voters of District 4. And trying to just keep that at heart. So, Mr. Swanson?
I just wanted to say, I think as we go into this final round, it's key to kind of keep in mind the work that Ms. Waters left in District 4 and how she built those bridges. And for me, as looking for someone that can build upon that work. Ms. Waters had a great, her hand was on the pulse of District 4. She understood the needs of District 4. And for me, looking for someone who can not be Ms. Waters, because no one can be Ms. Waters, but lead in the way that Ms. Waters led, that centered District 4. So that's just something I wanted to add to the conversation.
That's a wonderful point. I will share this funny story. As I was going around to some of the D4 schools today, some people were saying, you know, we've had really great school board representation in District 4, and having Ms. Waters as a representative for the last 4 or 5 years has been wonderful. So that just tells you the impact she had in just under 2 years. So thank you. Mr. Hershey.
So I voted for Dr. Lewis the first time and then switched to Ms. Martin, trying to get us to 5, because I'm at the point with these 3 where I am very comfortable with all 3. And really, District 4 they were going to be having an election, so I'm thinking about this is for 9 or 10 months. I am good with anyone, so I could change my vote again. I have no actual preference here for any of the 3. I think we have 3 excellent candidates, and then the people will speak in November based on who runs. So I'm happy to I was trying to follow the will of the 4, and then thanks.
Ms. Carl.
No, it's okay. But I'm just if we get to 4, I will be 5. So
I appreciate that, Mr. Hershey. We'll go. We'll go to Ms. Caulfield, then Dr. Ng.
Well, it's definitely an interesting process. I'm kind of going back over my notes with what they were saying, and you're right. It's great that these people came out. You can hear their passion. And on with what you said about, you know, some of the things that I think District 4 has definitely made very clear, both with some of their, you know, good experiences and some of their traumatic experiences. They've come forward, and you've heard time and again about how they appreciate being seen. And some of the things that I highlighted that Ms. Martin had said, that not only did she also work with the government and a very diverse group, which is something that we are doing right now, and they do have in District 4, she had a good emphasis on the magnet program and the diverse opportunities that they had in the pre-K program. So I know that that was very important to Ms. Waters. Excuse me. One thing that I really appreciated was her mental health and how she emphasized how crucial that was. And we've talked about that before, with the parent support being a main focus. And I think that that is definitely going to be key. We've heard that from their community, how reaching out to the community and the parents being involved is definitely going to be a key component there. So I feel like she just really understands District 4's needs and the variety of them, not just a couple of them. It seems like she's experienced it all. She also made a point about maintaining community, that it's not just about putting the program in there, it's about maintaining it and going back and revisiting it. And the focus on the children, that if we realize you all come back when we start to have this conversation, it all centers back and we all have the same goal. And it all comes back to the same thing. And when she ended it off, she ended with, she wanted the message to be clear. We welcome you, you're invited, and we want you. And I kind of thought that was really pretty important to hear that from somebody. And I think that really relates to the people that live in District 4.
Thank you, Ms. Caulfield. Dr. Ng?
And just to be completely frank, she was not on my top 3 coming into this, the interviews. And, Ms. Martin I'm talking about. The thing that, got me thinking more about her was when we were talking about people, how do we work with people of different opinions, like Ms. Caulfield said, focusing on the children, that's really kind of what we're all here for, right? And then seeing each other as individuals, and I wrote that down. And I think that, she gets it in that sense that, that's what we've been trying to do here. And we're trying to see each other as individuals with different opinions, but we all kind of treat each other, with respect. And then when she said it boils down to that the basic needs are the same, and then we kind of establish what we do agree on to begin with, and then we can work towards a consensus. So I think she gets the idea that we have a board that has difference of opinions, and that she's has that kind of attitude of working together. So that's why I gravitated towards her. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Ng. Ms. Emmons?
Thank you, Dr. Ng. I agree with everything that you've just said about Ms. Martin, as well as everything that's been said by anyone at this table. I was very impressed with her. And I'm recalling Superintendent Moore, both and about Ms. Toshiba Rice. She has, in addition to the BAC, she has been engaged with the school district. She mentioned that in her interview, working on school improvement teams, working on not just PTAs, what was the other team she mentioned?
A school improvement team?
No, I said that one.
Oh,
there was a second one.
The AIG team?
Thank you, yes. And over the years, I've known her for 15 years. And you know where I met her? I met her at the school board offices on Wake Forest Road. So not this room, but at our previous facility, because that's her level of engagement, at least since the time that I've known her, 15 years, maybe, well, obviously more because she was a student here. Her children went here. Everything that has been said, again, about Ms. Martin is also true for Ms. Rice, and I think she would be a tremendous asset to this board. There is no doubt in my mind that she has the ability to get along with anyone that comes before her, to get along with every member of this board, with Dr. Taylor, her constituents, her school leaders, et cetera.
Thank you, Ms. Edmonds.
She still has my vote.
And, again, with 8 members, it's hard to get to where, we're going to get a tiebreaker and get 5. So just a couple of other things to consider as you make your choices. And again, in addition to just their beliefs, the points they made that might resonate with you, think also about candidates in terms of your ability to get along with them, how you think they will interact with our staff. Do they seem prepared? Some of those soft skills that really make for being a good board member, I think. Look at your own experience as a board member. Do you see those qualities reflected in any of these, these final 2 candidates? I'm sure you will, but just evaluate those. Again, I was almost moved to tears myself with Ms. Martin's closing statement. And again, I think she really understands the history and culture of the school system. And then I think with Ms. Rice, you have such an amazing experience with her direct work in mental health and student mental health in Wake County and beyond that. The work with the School Business Alliance. I like that she brought like a focus on attendance, which is something in our strategic plan and something that I think we really need to prioritize going forward. Both seemed strong advocates of the magnet program. I liked Ms. Martin's historical perspective of the program and the recognition and honor of Superintendent Bill McNeil's work. And I loved Ms. Rice's perspective of having been a magnet student herself, but then also having students that went through the program that weren't magnet students. And I think that's important because it can show us, sort of how to compare and contrast the programs and how to make them better for all students. It really is a difficult decision. But these are our final two candidates. So I would just encourage you to look within your hearts, think about District 4 and what anyone has said to you about what they're looking for in a candidate. Make the best possible decision you can. And if we get to a tie, then God help us, we'll do it again. If there's no other questions or comments, I'll ask Mr. Malone to distribute the ballots. Yes, for clarification, based on the rule that we adopted, this is only between the two remaining candidates who are the top two vote getters, Ms. Tammy Martin or Ms. Toshiba Rice. I think some board members might need some more time, so I'll just walk any that are submitted down to Mr. Malone. If you have one to submit, just hold it up and I'll get it.
Yes. I thought we were going to end up 4-4. So we do have a winner, and I will read out the individual votes. We do have a winner, and I will read out the individual votes in a second. But Toshiba Rice received 5 votes, and Tammy Martin received 3 votes. The votes were cast as follows. Edmonds for Rice, Ing for Martin, Mahaffey for Rice, Caulfield for Martin, Johnson Hustler for Martin, Hershey for Rice, Haggerty for Rice, and Swanson for Rice.
All right, thank you, Mr. Malone. So, by a 5-3 vote, we have named Ms. Toshiba Rice as the replacement for Tara Waters as the next board member who will represent District 4. So Ms. Rice will be sworn in at our next regular board meeting. We will have a special swearing-in ceremony between the work session and the general meeting. And so an invitation will go out. I'd like to extend just, again, congratulations to all of our candidates, and then obviously to Ms. Martin, this was an incredibly difficult choice for us, and I think everyone here would acknowledge that she would make a tremendous addition to our Board of Education. I would also like to reach out and congratulate Ms. Rice and welcome her enthusiastically to our board. I look forward to serving with her. So at this point, are there any final comments from any board members, or if not, I'll entertain a motion. I'm guessing that the motion we are entertaining, moved by Mr. Swanson, seconded by Ms. Mahaffey, was to adjourn. Yes. All right. Just wanted to make sure. All right, we have a motion on the table. Mr. Malone, you do have all the ballots preserved? All right, those are given to Ms. Allen. Thank you all so much. This was a long process, and I look forward to working together with all of you as a full 9-member board. All in favor of adjournment, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, thank you and good night.